Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the board meeting, third day. Thank you very much for being on time. Everybody's being very timely this week. Thank you for that, because it helps with keeping the schedule. So today we will start by discussing or receiving some update from the technology working group. You will recall that in December, we made some decisions with respect to this group. The group had been chaired by David Clark. David Clark is not anymore with us. The working group is now chaired by Tomoyo. And thank you very much, Tomoyo, and has a slightly different composition. So you help me, but you will tell us who are the members. I think that I know, but I don't want to make any mistakes. There was some change in the composition, and the working group and the staff supporting the working group have been very active since December. Thank you very much, Tomoyo, for your energy in taking this role of leading this group. Before I give the floor to Tomoyo, and of course I want to thank the group for this very active start of the year, but I'd like just to say a few words about the importance of the work of this group at the point where we are. Everywhere we go, and even working as we are in identifying trends and risks and the future themes for the future strategy and work plan of IESBA and etc., technology and AI is everywhere. This is what everyone is asking us, well, together with another topic that we will discuss today, which is private equity. But this one is broader because it's, if anything, it covers or touches upon everything that we do. We issued standards back in 2023. I think that they were approved in December 2023. A lot of materials, a lot of thought leadership materials and guidance and etc. So we are well grounded to do a good job in this respect. However, the fact that we produced all those materials and that we somehow anticipated what was just starting by that time, and that makes us very well equipped to face the new challenges, does not allow us to just rely on what we have done and not monitor the environment and see if there is anything else that we need to do. New topics or topics whose importance has been reinforced, or if the market stakeholders are aware of what we have done. And if we need to do something to bring these standards and the very rich thought leadership materials closer to stakeholders, more accessible and more understandable. So I'm not saying, and I don't want to anticipate anything about what this group is going to do. There are some proposals or some work that has been advanced that is going to be discussed today, but this topic is clearly central to our current strategy, our positioning, and the way we serve the public interest. I would say that today we will speak about a lot of topics which are connected, the ones and the others, and somehow linked to this idea that we need to be attentive, we need to be proactive, we need to be dealing with things as they change, and to be prepared for that. And technology is for sure central here. So I very much appreciate the board's attention to what is going to be presented today. And let's see if we can move from here based on the very good job that the working group has been doing. If we can move from here to somewhere which makes us position ourselves properly and as we need, and of course, at the same time, in a timely manner, because if everything is changing, this is an area where things change more rapidly, very quickly. So timeliness on our side is also an element of quality and good service. So I'll stop here, Tomoyo, and give you the floor to tell us about what you have been doing, what you have been thinking about, what the plans are. And again, thanking you, the working group, and the staff supporting this working group, John and Joanne, for the work that they have been doing. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, all. Yes, it is my pleasure to be here and chair the technology working group this year. So the technology working group consists of Nancy and David Ray, who you join later, and Bruno and Atsushi, and John and Joanne, and also Louise are now supporting us as well. So that consists of the TWG, and also we closely work with the technology expert group, which provides us update on the technology environment. So as Gabriela mentioned, there's many agenda here. It is a broad agenda. So later, Joanne will update us on what we heard from the TEG side. But we want to do. We want to proactively take action this year. And to demonstrate that our positioning as IESBA to the stakeholders. And as the agenda is very broad, so we want to do it in a very organized manner. So today, John will explain about the revised TOR and terms of reference, and the plan is to more proactively issue NAM, and so that is what we want to discuss here. So I will now pass it to John to provide about the terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo, and good morning, everybody. So as Tomoyo indicated, the agenda for today is we will just walk through the updated terms of reference. It is very similar to the previous terms of reference, but just refining a little bit of the focus based on the discussions that took place in December. Joanne will give us an update on the environmental scanning that we've been actively continuing doing with our technology experts group. We'll give you insights into what we had a discussion at the technology working group around the work plan. This was also presented during the December board meeting, but just some refinement that we want to bring to the board and get your feedback on as well. And then we will be joined by an IESB staff member that will give us an update on their quality management technology project that they will be discussing next week. So with that, I'll jump into the updated terms of reference. So as mentioned, the terms of reference are very, very much the same as the previous one, but it focuses on promoting the awareness of the technology-related revisions that was approved and that became in effect, and also to support the adoption and implementation of these technology-related matters. It's very important to raise awareness on the ethical issues and challenges that we are hearing from both professional accountants as well as sustainability assurance practitioners as well. So that is something that has been added to the terms of reference with the approvals of the sustainability standards as well. We will continue to conduct environmental scanning as we've done in the past as well. And through that environmental scanning, we will raise awareness from new and evolving ethical challenges and potential implications to the code, or whether there would be a need to issue some non-authoritative materials as well. And with that, there would be then where we will contribute towards developing either new or updating the existing non-authoritative material as well. And continue to provide updates to the board on a regular basis, but also continue providing education to the board. So you would recall that we have done this in the past. This is something that is retained in the updated terms of reference as well. So the key deliverables of the TWG is that we will adopt this ongoing forward-looking approach to work and to being informed by the environmental scanning and stakeholder input as well. So, and getting advice from these subject matters as well. So the key deliverables is to develop either non-authoritative materials or updating the existing ones, creating awareness, collaborating with our IESB counterparts as they're moving forward with their projects as well, and also then provide updates as well as indicated. Something that's also new included under the section F, other matters, is reference to the activities and deliverables through the IESBA SMART framework is something that has been added. And also then paragraph 13 just highlights the cooperation or the work with the Emerging Issues and Oversight Committee, or the updated terms of reference that was discussed yesterday as well. So that is just in short, the updated terms of reference. Also, just one note as well, is also being supported by the IESBA's communications team to kind of create that awareness around the technology-related revisions. So the question, what we would like the board to respond to, give us feedback on whether you agree with the proposed changes as contained in agenda item 9A, and as with this renewed focus for technology.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo and Jean. First question to this board with respect to the updated, refreshed terms of reference of the technology working group, focusing it, as Jean had the opportunity to explain, on more concrete things. Well, I'm not going to describe it. So is everyone in agreement? Does anyone have a question or a comment or an additional suggestion or something here in these terms of reference which does not leave you comfortable? Okay, I think it's a good movement. So thank you very much for preparing these new terms of reference based on all the discussions. Oh, sorry, Luigi.
I think that it is implicit on the terms of reference and on the objectives that you presented, but I wonder whether it may be advisable to have a more explicit way to say that this group will also inform the activities of the board. In one of the points it is mentioned, but probably I would probably be more comfortable to have something very clear that as a result of the activities done by this group, they identify any issue that the board need to consider in order also to consider potential standard setting. This should be one of the explicit objectives of written into the terms of reference.
Good point, Luigi. Tomoyo and John and Joanne and group, I think you're fine with this proposal. Okay, so thank you very much, Luigi. I agree that it's implicit, but I think it's never too much to say it very clearly. James, please.
Thank you. Do you mind just moving it back one? And I know in terms of reference does not need to prioritize, but maybe as we go through it, is there a sense of prioritization and weight attaching to the initiatives? Personal reaction, the last one could be the first one, I guess, even going to Luigi's point, where's the standard setting impact either between the two boards? So just as you go through it, the work program, a sense of prioritization, weight, emphasis, resource allocation, and maybe you didn't mean it, but my personal view is the last one would probably be the first one, etc. But it just may help the board understand delivery, weight of resource applied, attention, prioritization across the plan. Thanks.
Sorry, James. I saying that the last one, close coordination with IESBA, should be the first?
Yeah, I mean, that's a personal view. When I spontaneously think about where the movements are and where the issues can lie, right? And it's arguable, but the question is, as we go through it, it's a prioritization of where the group will be focusing on. And right now, I don't get a sense of weight.
Okay, I mean, whatever we are going to do, so I think it starts with what we are going to do and then saying we are going to coordinate with IESBA. I don't mind moving it, but I mean, okay.
No, I don't necessarily need it moved, but I was just wondering as we go through the plan to get a sense of weight of prioritization or resource or sequencing, whatever it might be. Thanks.
Okay, China, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it moving a bit higher, but I won't put it as the first one because, our focus should be across the whole profession, just not on audit. So I don't mind it going a bit higher, but not as the first one. I think the first one is fine.
Okay, thank you, Chana. Ken, please. All right, Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Chana. That is exactly what we have been discussing in the TWG, and we fully we are all on the same page that coordination with the IWSB is important and a kind of priority, and we should really share the resources to do this project in an efficient and effective manner. But as a channel raised, it's also important that the first one is also important. So we don't do. Our plan is to do both, but really leverage the IWSB coordination. So if you see the terms of reference, we really refer to the IWSB coordination in various sections, and so that is our plans. So thank you. John, if there's anything to add, please.
Thank you for the feedback. Just noting that the order as on the slide is not necessarily weighting indicating, but we will talk a little bit to that during the work plan that we will be discussing and give a little bit of flavor towards that. We are coming to the board also to get some direction for prioritizing and direction as well. So that's also the purpose of today's session.
Ken, please.
Yeah, essentially, Tomoyo highlighted what the working group precisely discussed as it finalized the revised terms of reference. I don't know if I don't have access to the internet for some reason, Jean, but the version of the revised terms of reference that we circulated to the board is a clean version, right? It's not a markup version. In the clean version, you will see in section D, precisely to the discussion in the TWG, essentially TWG agreed to give increased emphasis to the matter of coordination with IEESB. So you will see that there is a new bullet point that's been added. Well, maybe you cannot see it in the clean version, but precisely it's in the middle of paragraph 8. And that speaks to close coordination with IEESB, assessing the ethical implications of essentially the corresponding work streams, et cetera, et cetera. So that is essentially a new emphasis that is included in the terms of reference, alongside promoting the adoption and implementation of the revisions to the code relating to technology, et cetera.
Thank you very much, Ken and everyone. So, Jean, do you have the necessary guidance? So, okay, let's continue in that case.
Thanks, Gabriella. I'll hand over to Joanne to give us an update on the TG scanning.
Thank you. So we were just discussing the environmental scanning earlier as one of the objectives listed in the TOR, and that will remain a strong focus for the TWG. So I'll just share a few of the key highlights here from the TEG meeting that we held in February. The focus of the discussion, as you can see from the bullet points on the slide, was around AI, with one of the key themes being the rapid rollout of AI, including the growing use of agentic AI. And alongside this growing rollout, TEG members noted a number of concerns emerging. There were questions about the potential impacts of quality and reliability. And again, with agentic AI, as these AI systems are beginning to perform tasks more rather than just simply assisting professionals. Another point raised was that AI implementation is often moving faster than governance structures are developing. So in some cases, firms are rolling out multiple AI tools at the same time, while governance and oversight mechanisms are still evolving. Members also highlighted the increasing reliance on third-party tech providers, and sometimes with that comes limited transparency regarding the use of AI within these tools or services. And TEG members emphasize that while organizations may outsource work or rely on automated systems, that responsibility for the outcomes ultimately remains with the organization. And one of the examples they brought up was the Air Canada chatbot example that I think we've spoken about in previous board meetings, where Air Canada was found liable when their chatbot gave incorrect information to a traveler. And then lastly, another issue that was discussed was about the changes in workforce, including reductions in junior and mid-level roles. So more broadly, members noted that many of these challenges aren't entirely new, but they reflect longstanding challenges that become more complex in these AI environments. And then outside of the TEG discussion, there were two recent examples of how AI is affecting firms that I think are worth mentioning. And you may have heard about these in the news in the last month. So one example is regarding a firm negotiating a fee discount from its own auditor with the argument that AI should reduce the cost of conducting the audit. So this is something we've discussed in previous board meetings and other stakeholder meetings like SAC about how efficiencies driven by AI may influence expectations around audit pricing. Another recent example involves a firm where employees used AI to answer questions in internal training exams, including an AI training assessment. And I think the count was about more than like 24 employees using AI to cheat on internal assessments since mid-2025. And while these are just two examples, I think they help illustrate some of the practical implications and challenges of AI adoption that's happening in the profession. And before I hand it off to Jean to talk through the work plan, I'll just stop and see if Tomoyo would like to add anything regarding the TG environmental scanning.
Thank you, Joanne. So as Joanne explained, in the recent environment scanning, AI is the most frequent word that come up, including agentic AI, but also governance, data and governance, and other agenda came up as well. Really the speed of this technology around the audit work, and the one interesting cases were at the Netherlands AFM. The firm, 7 out of 8 firms couldn't pass the audit quality assessment due to the too rapid implementation of the technology, and the governance was not well. So I understand AI will be continue to be the most one of the most important agenda. But if any of the other TWG members would like to add, please add any comment. Nancy, would you like to add?
Thank you, Tomoyo. Yeah, I think that's part of the challenge, and I think James sort of gets back to thinking about priorities, resources, and even agility to some degree. Is this is moving so rapidly, and we've got kind of a non-homogeneous group of stakeholders, and people that are on the very cusp of using this may lack real awareness of what the risks are. And I think probably from this audit technology that Tomoyo described and using in the audit, I think is probably a good example of perhaps people who didn't know what they didn't know, and therefore put themselves at real risk. And then I think you have firms and organizations that are much, much more advanced and are going rapidly into agentic environments where there's no human in the loop, or at least in the decision-making phase. Human in the loop may be in development and in monitoring, but these tools are being used in ways that the tool is making the decision, and in agentic's case, actually actioning those decisions, such that there may be almost no human involvement as things go on. I think the use in audit is significant, but I think you also have to translate that it's also rapidly being used in organizations in financial reporting. And again, agentic, I think, is just very, very ripe for that kind of thing. So in thinking through where resources get applied and what we need to do, I don't think I can emphasize that we need to be moving much more quickly than we are right now in terms of getting something out, which probably means getting small pieces of information out in a more rapid environment. I think that that's going to be really, really critical. Because I think that the lack of knowledge of where the risks are here could be fairly significant. And I go back to, I think one of the prior, it might be on this slide, that lack of governance, and that the incentives to use AI and use AI very, very swiftly can result in a movement toward using it without consideration of the risks, and then putting in effective controls in place to mitigate those risks. So thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes. So shall I give it back to John, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Tomoyo. Thanks, Nancy. And very much important, the topics that raised. AI continues to be important, but during the discussion, as we discuss the work plan, we will also delve into and ask what other technology issue we should also be thinking of. With that, I will jump into the work plan and give a little bit of a flavor of what the discussions were at the technology working group. So this slide is just kind of a summary, as indicated with the updated terms of reference, the awareness and the adoption and implementation of the tech revisions. That's one of the objectives, and also to raise awareness of these ethical issues and challenges, just as Nancy just echoed just now as well, and what Tomoyo also mentioned. And the tools that we are proposing to do that is to provide non-authoritative material, either developing new non-authoritative materials in the area, for example, as artificial intelligence, or updating existing non-authoritative material where those non-authoritative materials were developed or issued before the technology-related revisions came into effect. So that is also what the TWG discussed. Environmental scanning, we use the technology experts group not only just for environmental scanning, but also we aim to use this specialized group in the development of non-authoritative material. They are the boots on the ground. They are able to provide us with practical scenarios, what is really happening out there. So really to bring not just a high level kind of guidance out there, but really something that is practical and useful to our stakeholders. Board education is a topic that is very important as well. Something that and it came up today as well, is agentic AI. Maybe that's something that we should bring to the board for discussion or just to reflect on as well. And I'm not going to talk about communications, but on the podcast, you would be aware that the podcast, we've issued 2 episodes. The 3rd episode is coming, hopefully this week. Tomorrow, yes. So it will be released tomorrow, and the topic is on AI. So that is the way of being a little bit more agile, giving some short snippets and guidance in a short and quick format. And then that IESBA and IESBA coordination is so important. As mentioned, it is highlighted twice in the terms of reference. And that's why we have Angelo joining us later today to give us an update of what the work they're doing. But equally, we attend the IESB's technology experts group meetings, and they attend ours as well. So we're able and aware of the work, what each other is doing. So, and we're also considering how we can maybe collaborate on future guidance materials or other materials as well in the future. Exactly how that would look like, we're not able to say right now, but we are keeping our fingers on the pulse to make sure that that is something that we consider as we move forward. So with that, we would like to bring to the board a few of the options that we were thinking about as during the discussions. And as Nancy mentioned, is something that we really need to act fast. So we have 2 options that was deliberated during the technology working group. The option you would see on the slide, they're more or less the same, with the main difference being that option A is more high level of use cases, not going into specific technologies, but rather describing the technologies and the common uses and ethical challenges and ethical and independence challenges. where option B goes into a little bit more of the detail with detailed use cases. To be able to turn around or get something substantive, the timing around that would be a little longer. So the indicative timing around that would be December 2026, where option A is something that we'll see would be something to be able to turn around a lot quicker, to respond a lot quicker to the stakeholders' needs, and we'll aim to bring something to the board in June as a first draft. Sorry, I'm moving the slides and not on my screen, so it's because I'm not sharing. So the second one that we're also looking to get feedback from the board at this stage is where we discussed during December is where we are aiming to bring out non-authoritative material on specific technologies. For example, artificial intelligence. So the two options that we are looking at is specifically around the difference in how it's presented, whether it should be a single document that speaks to all audiences with sections separate to the different audiences. So for example, professional accountants in practice or professional accountants in business and that of auditors, or whether we issue separate documents simultaneously. So it's not there that it's issued at different times. The content would be the same, but it would be structured in a different format. So when a professional accountant in business takes up a document, that document is dedicated to them and they're able to read it in that way, where compared to option one, they would need to move through the document and see which sections would be relevant to them. The aim of the indicative timing of doing something like that, and like I mentioned, we are looking to do artificial intelligence first because of the need and what we've mentioned today is to bring something to the board in September of this year.
Sorry, Jean, just to make clear that I understood. So the plan is to bring something on AI in September?
Technology-specific non-authoritative material, but the aim is to bring an overarching non-authoritative material in June, which would include AI, but it won't be specifically dedicated to AI.
And bringing to the board in September means?
It would be, an example would be artificial intelligence, non-authoritative material, for example, when if it's embedded in third-party tools. So specifically,
no, I'm not speaking about the content. I'm speaking about the timing. So bringing to the board in September means approved.
So hopefully get
December issued in January or February, right?
Even no sooner. If it's, we'll aim to get something substantive and close to final to the board in September. So it's a quicker turnaround to get that published before the end of 2026.
For interrupting you, just to make sure that I was understanding the timeline.
So maybe and that's correct, Gabriella. Maybe on the previous option, if we go, for example, with option A as well as then either option 1 or 2, is to have 2 different non-authoritative material issued by the end of 2026. If we do go out with option B on this slide, that would probably only be issued in 2027. And that might be a little bit too late, but we'll leave that for the board for discussion. But the aim is then to rather have those high-level overarching, not detailed, because that would require intense research and resources to get that out, and rather get a high-level one on option A and get something out still this year.
So the plan is to first issue an overarching NAM, and then issue the breakdown by technology afterwards. So and the first version will be related to AI in September. So the second NAM we will continue to issue as we go, but we will start from overarching NAM and then start to issue NAM by technology after that. And the plan for this year is to issue 2 NAM. Is that clear?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's clear, Tomoe. Thank you very much. But you haven't finished yet, so right, I see a lot of people already wanting to speak. Can we break here, or do you think that the rest of the presentation, the next parts will influence the discussion? I'll leave it to you, John and Tomoe.
We can break here because the rest is basically just a question. Maybe it is the questions are phrased to help understanding what we really want to get from the board members as well. So maybe we can get feedback and then we can give the questions. Either
Okay,
is easier.
okay, because I see that there are spontaneous requests. So let's probably listen to the board members. And I think that the first one was Mark, please.
Thank you. Just looking at your proposals, I can see why there's an attraction for doing an overarching piece, but our experience has been that the most valuable material is the detailed user cases. So I would sort of lean into it might take longer and it might need more research, but it will be more impactful. And it will genuinely sort of help drive the debate. So maybe you sort of address that by putting out something that is almost like a sort of more immediate roadmap of where our work is going. But I do think that the greatest value is in the detailed user cases.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is when we speak about descriptions, high-level descriptions, and issues, etc., everything that is not specific to ethics and independence, for me, is a matter of coordination with IESB, because the interest of the stakeholders is eventually to have a descriptive of a technology, but also its influence or use in assurance, eventually in business, but I think it would go very far, and there are other actors on the market that can do that better. So I would recommend to be focused and to address the question of ethics. Otherwise, it takes a lot of time to write pertinent things, yeah, in a short way. So I think it should be a common goal. They also have a technology working group, if I remember well. And so I would recommend to go out together on that. And now, of course, if it's option B with only, no, not with only, but focused on specific cases, and we are focused on ethics and independence, then it might be, of course, something that we do alone, maybe more alone.
Thank you, Christelle. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo what Mark and Christelle said. I think our added value is the ethic perspective on these technologies. And I think I would try to put that forward first, rather than describing the landscape, or which we have been doing with the work that the technology group has been doing in the past. I think what we need now is to go into the specific topics rather than an overarching description of the landscape.
Thank you, Hector. Just before I go to the others, let me just try to see if it is clear. So I think that Mark's point was more an overarching piece which addresses the ethical considerations, but based on what we already have done and etc. So still based on ethics, but see something overarching versus something on a specific topic. And what you're saying is that we should avoid anything that it's not related to ethics, a more philosophical or whatever approach to the topic. So I think that we have here both valuable, of course, but I think that you're not exactly on the same page. Hector, please.
I'm not saying we should not add things that are necessary to provide context, but I think the value added is to go into specific technologies and raise the ethical issues that users will be facing.
Okay, now it's clear. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hector. Sungnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. First one is, normally this NAM has not been subject to board approval. So I'd like to know what the role will be in June or in September when you get the NAMs as a board member. And secondly, in terms of overarching NAM or detailed or high level, I prefer to have high level because it'll be more speedy, and also we cannot address all aspects of AI or technology. It'll be very difficult if we go into deep details. And if we go there, then there will be much more detailed information or technology we need to address in the future. So as far as we cannot touch all of them, I think it should be high level and principle as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. Sadia, please.
So previously, when we partnered with someone who brought a collaboration on understanding the technology and the common uses while we brought in how to apply the code, that seemed to work for us rather well. I think it will also help speed up the process. I am also leaning towards a more detailed user case and specifically how the code applies in practice. I think that's what people are waiting to hear. They know about the revisions, but they're waiting for some assistance to see how these would be implemented. I just worry about a December 2026. That's quite far out for non-authoritative material. I like the overarching or the roadmap, but I thought that there's so much more in this presentation, more than just the non-authoritative material that we probably need to relaunch. We have a new work program. This is what's being presented, and the podcast, which I think the teaser just went out 10 minutes ago. I think that it's time to allow for some communication on technology overarching, not just for the NAM as well.
Thank you, Sadia. Just to make clear, when you say you are concerned, you worry about December 2026 deadline or timeline, you are worried because you think it's too far or too soon?
Too far. Because as we develop it, things may.
That was my understanding, but
things may change.
Yeah, they may change and they make. Well, I'm not going to comment, but yes, understood. Chana, please.
Yeah, so I think I'm also leaning towards Mark and Sadia that we need to get something out fairly quickly. Last year, when there was an issue with one of the firms and the use of AI in issuing a report in Australia, in October, we issued like a one-pager about responsible use of AI and linking it back to the principles of the code. And then subsequently, the board thought we need to have a look at the other use cases. So we have decided to start with forensic accounting and valuation services. And we have already had some discussions with our task force members. And the initial impression they have is that the standards don't really need to change. This is just another tool. It's like, how do you use the tool responsibly with the human in the loop? So what we are going to work on is try and bring out some examples of the use of that, and which will be sort of linking with our APES 110, which is the code, plus the specific valuation and forensic standards. So I don't know whether it could be potentially be an opportunity to work together. I mean, historically, Ken, if you remember on the COVID task force, we did a series of examples on valuation and tax services, which was jointly issued by APSB and IESBA during the COVID period. So that is sort of a potential opportunity, and we'll definitely do it before December 2026.
Thank you very much, Chana. Tom, are you comfortable with speaking now, or do you prefer to listen to the others first? As you prefer. You can go down. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I just want to add share with you the current discussion with the IESB, because they also have the need for the issuing the NAM in a very timely manner. And PIOB and IESB having a discussion concerning how should be the due diligence due process for the NAM should be, because there is quite a lot of level of NAM guidance for the FAQ on quite a lot of level of NAM, and what should be the due process of each NAM. So I urge to the staff to see to the discussion of the IESB next week. There is a sort of called the IESB's technology category process, and they are discussing about that, and that's sort of the discussion may be profitable to the discussion of IESBA as well. That's what I would like to point out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the working group for figuring out their program. I wonder though that before starting working to work at a NAM, whether there could be additional steps for the board to be aware of the direction that the group is or will be taking. So it is difficult, in my view, for this area to commit to issue a NAM for a certain date. Could be easy if we stay high level, could be less easy if we go deep in the details. For my experience, it is a pretty complicated area with a lot of people working on this subject, on ethics and independence. And the use cases are, well, there are variances of cases, so it is pretty complicated. So I wonder whether we could have some status report in each board meeting in order to understand how the group is figuring out this NAM or the group of NAMs probably. Also in order to have the possibility to influence this work or to give direction, advice on the basis of the experience, the practical experience that all of us have in the professional life. Because otherwise just committing, well, we will prepare a NAM on artificial intelligence is so broad that we don't know whether they are within the objectives of this board and whether it is really in the public interest. So I urge and I recommend the group to provide progressive reports to this board in order for the board to be informed and to be able to have some sort of direction on the group. And the other recommendation is that you need to set, when start working on this matter, you need to set the level you would like to have, the level of, let's say, deep analysis, because you can go into such details that you will find yourself in a situation where you will not be able to provide any NAM at all, because the resources that we are able to put on this matter are limited. And I know firsthand that this matter could require really a huge amount of resources and time in order to go through all the possible variances.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Vanya, please.
Thank you. My observation, Jean and Tomoyo, is about the use of cases, because I agree with Mark, they are very useful if you can have a real situation. But something that I heard from Andrew back in Dubai some years ago, that we want the information or whatever IESBA used to do quite fast in order to be useful for the market. But sometimes what is being vehicle in the market is not exactly true. So we should avoid mention specific names of companies in order to avoid increasing the havoc. We cannot trust in everything that we find in the clouds, and in fake news are too dangerous for us. So we want the information fast, but we must have the necessary time and deep analysis in order to evaluate what we should be putting in the material.
Thank you, Vania. I see a hand. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the technology working group. So I think I like both options, and I think we can do a blend of the two, and to help with managing timing and resources. Like the option 1, targeted for June, that can give a background for the now detailed and specific case uses in option 2. So I think a blend of the two would be good.
Thank you, Obichukwu. And finally, Ken, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to draw the board's attention to agenda item 1D, which is the PIB's public interest issues memorandum to this board. And in section 9, PIB essentially speaks to the matter that Tom Furso just raised just a moment ago. PIB essentially speaks to the evaluation of the use of non-authoritative materials and the role of public interest oversight. So in this section, the PIB essentially lays out its considerations and its, let's say, its concern as to what the board should be thinking about in considering utilizing the vehicle of NAM in addressing specific issues, not just in relation to technology, but also in relation to other work streams. And the PIB mentions, for example, the CIV's work stream, the firm culture governance project, and so on and so forth. So there is a broader matter that has been raised by PIB, not just also in relation to IESBA, but also, as Tom has indicated earlier, has been raised with IESBA and will be discussed at the IESB's meeting next week. So we will be sure, at least on the staff side, that we will be listening to that discussion. But what the PIB is raising here is essentially a number of trade-offs, speed versus due process, the role of PIB in monitoring the development of the NAM, how much the board should be running the material for due process, etc. And importantly for this board, the matter of speed to market versus due process, because as this board will realize, running the development of an authoritative piece can take anywhere from 18 to 24 months, depending on how much time the board will allow for public consultation. So a decision will need to be made as to which trade-off the board will be willing to accept. But importantly, I maybe just flag to the board that what actually will matter at the end of the day is not so much to be paralyzed by analysis, because there are so many considerations in the space of technology that the issues can be analyzed to the nth degree that no action is taken. And that connects to the broader theme of, well, let's make sure that perfect is not the enemy of the good, which we've heard before as a theme, especially when this board was developing the sustainability-related standards. So my suggestion to the board is to consider trying to get something that would be in fact impactful to the market, but not to try to aim for perfection, because if really the board would like to analyze the issues and make sure that all possible issues are covered, that is going to take a long time. And the market right now is really focused on AI. I would even say at the moment, the market probably isn't so much interested in the overarching considerations relative to all types of technologies. What is really catching the market by storm really is about AI. And some of you might have read in the news that out of the S&P 500 companies in the US at least, over 70-75% of companies in their listing of risks have identified the ethical dimension of AI in their documentation of the risks. That's 75% of the S&P 500 companies. So that is what is catching the market's imagination. And I would argue that is really the space for this board to be focusing in terms of creating something that's impactful.
Thank you very much, Ken. Very interesting discussion before you finished your presentation, Jean, but this is good because this shows the dynamic of this board and how quickly people wanted to react to the presentation. We will hear more, but trying to wrap up this conversation and what the board members brought and Ken as well. I think that there is a clear call for speed and timeliness. So, well, I think that Sadia said it very well, like December 2026 is very far away and things change very rapidly. So if possible, we should try to do something well before that. But here we have to have a combination of impact and market usefulness and time. So I think that we need to be, and we also heard some of you saying, yes, we need to be specific, go into the specifics of some areas rather than do an overarching piece. Well, we have, of course, the due process concerns, more than fair, and we need to decide what we need to do, because I think that the due process concerns also will differ depending on what kind of NAM we want to issue. If we want to issue a one-page warning like the IESBA has done, probably the due process does not have to be a very heavy one, and it's easier. And we heard you, Luigi, about the importance of keeping the board informed as we go about what the plans are. So I think that this wraps up or summarizes the conversation. I would say that the balance that we need to achieve is something in between timeliness and impact. And I agree with some of you who said, namely Ken, perfect is the enemy of good, and we should not try to come up with the most perfect piece in the world, because if we do set that objective, it will take so long that most surely it will not be perfect, because things will have changed in between. Others will have issued their own things. And the issue of fragmentation that was not mentioned here, I think we need to have it front of mind as well. Because if we don't move fast and take the leadership in setting the scene for ethics and AI, ethics and, well, technology specific issues, others will do it. And then it will be a little bit too late for us. We will just be trying to, connect the dots, which is a much more difficult and less effective role. This board must take the lead in these topics, and we need to be effective. I think it's here and efficient. We need to see what's the best way. How can we do something which is impactful, useful, and timely? It's not easy, but I think that this is the guidance that we received from this board, of course, respecting the public interest, but having this conviction that we can do important things without trying to boil the ocean, go so deep that we will never get there. As someone mentioned here, I think it was Luigi, we can get lost in the weeds of something very complex, comprehensive, and etc. So I think these are the lines of reflection that the group will need to take. But I see that Christelle wants to say something.
Just to add up to what you say, to be impactful, efficient, etc. I think it is important to define the criteria on which we want to have focus. we could have a mix of the level of ethical risk, for example, to choose the priorities, or the level of difficulty to implement solutions, which is, do you need time to adapt your activity to do it, or to adapt your use to keep your ethical level, or combine two, well, here are the highest, or first NAM on the highest risk.
Thank you, Christelle. Well, I think that tomorrow, Joanne, is this clear? Of course, what we will do with this guidance, it's a different thing, but I think that you can now continue the presentation.
Thanks, Gabriella, and thank you to the board for your feedback and guidance in this regard. Definitely something that the TWG will take back for discussion. We do have a meeting during lunch, so definitely a lot of food for thought. The questions was mainly responded to the board. Basically, just the last two is whether we should prioritize existing, updating existing NAM or creating new non-authoritative material, or whether the topic of AI is the most important topic for development. I think it's clear AI stays front and center at the moment, so I think we do have a response on that, and we will navigate the question number 3. So I think if this is in order, we'll rather pass it in the interest of time to the IEESB for their presentation. Is that in order?
Sure, of course. Hello, Angelo.
Hi, Gabriella.
Welcome to the IESBA board meeting. And I saw that you were observing this first part of the meeting, which is also very important to make sure that the coordination is seamless. Thank you very much for your time and for your in anticipation to your presentation. Thank you for coming to the IESBA board.
Well, thank you so much, Gabriella, and thank you for the opportunity to engage with the Ethics Standards Board as I provide an update on the IEESB's technology initiatives. Maybe I should, before I start, how long do we have? Is it 30 minutes? Maybe if you can confirm, that would help me gauge just how deep I want to get into some topics.
Yes, Angelo, 30 minutes, but if you could leave a little bit of time for questions and answers. And as you saw, the board is very active, so make the best of the time that you have.
Yeah, no, I've calibrated accordingly, so I think we're good. Okay, so before I begin, I just want to emphasize that what I'm going to be presenting to you today reflects proposed IEESB materials that are being scheduled for board deliberation and approval, potentially approval, next week. So please keep that in mind. These are proposals and not final positions. But I think we can still have a fantastic discussion today, and I'll tell you what's being proposed. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the agenda that I've got for you today. I'm going to provide a high-level summary of 2 interconnected items. The first one is a proposed IEESB-wide technology catalog process, which is really the board's approach to identifying, evaluating, and responding to technology-related matters that may affect the consistent or effective application of any of its standards. And then the second one is more specific. It deals with a proposed technology quality management workstream action plan, which is to develop NAM related specifically to challenges that firms and practitioners are facing insofar as applying the IEESB's quality management standards to emerging tech like Gen AI used in audit and assurance engagements. So I've got about 15 to 20 minutes of remarks. I'll try to keep it short, and then I'll look forward to jumping into the discussion with you. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's jump into the approach. This approach was referenced earlier as well, this technology catalog process. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, really the catalog catalyst for this proposed approach was this discussion that the board had in December about this technology-related appendix that is being considered for introduction into proposed ISA 500 revised. Again, an appendix in the standard. Now, that discussion by the board highlighted a broader need for a clear and more consistent basis for deciding when technology matters should be addressed through standards and when they're better addressed through NEM. Excuse me. So the proposed approach, which staff have now developed, and which will be presented to the board next week, responds to that by explaining how the IASB identifies, evaluates, responds to technology-related matters, and how those matters are in fact tracked and monitored through its technology catalog process. And this brings us to what is depicted on this slide. I thought it would be useful to just explain a little bit about this, how this catalog fits within the broader IASB technology position, which is anchoring all of the IASB's activities. That technology position has three components. The first component is the strategic position statement in component 1. The second component is where the technology catalog sits, and it's really the board's mechanism for operationalizing the technology position. And then third, and importantly, is this ongoing monitoring that the IASB is doing, which is always meant to ensure that the technology position remains relevant and well calibrated to where technology landscape is moving. So again, the catalog sits in component 2 and is the primary mechanism that the board is using to identify technology-related matters and to make preliminary decisions about how to address them. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, and this slide explains exactly what is meant by a technology-related matter for the purposes of inclusion in the catalog. In the proposed approach, we've got matters that are within the IAASB's remit that affect or have the potential to affect the consistent or effective application of the IAASB standards, as well as matters arising from work to operationalize its technology position. So let me get into that a little bit more specifically. So we've got matters arising from technology used by entities. That's come up today. I've heard a lot of discussion about that. Second, we've got matters arising from technology used by practitioners. Third, we've got matters arising from the interaction between the technology used by the entity and that used by the practitioner. And then finally, we've got this fourth bucket, which is for those matters that don't fit neatly into those first three, technology used by entities or auditors or practitioners. And it deals with work that the IAASB is doing to operationalize its technology position, which involves, for example, things like facilitating the appropriate use of technology in engagements. Now, to make that a little bit more concrete, an entity's use of technology in external reporting may create challenges to the effective application of the IAASB standards, insofar as, for example, the use of advanced tech by entities could give rise to challenges for practitioners in understanding those advanced systems, identifying the related risks, or designing procedures. At the same time, practitioner use of technological tools may also raise questions about how the standards apply in practice. And then that third category, in terms of the interaction, an entity's use of blockchain technology, for example, to store its crypto assets, requires a practitioner to also use technology, which in this case would be a blockchain explorer, to obtain or evaluate evidence that sits on the relevant blockchain. So that's the interaction between the two. We think that these matters may be identified, these matters are identified through a range of inputs. I've listed those on this slide. This includes formal consultations to exposure drafts, or related to the board's strategy and work plan, for example, but also to its general outreach program. So the catalog essentially is a central repository for accumulating all of the technology related matters that come to the board's attention through these various means. And the key governance point that I think I should point out is that the inclusion of a matter in the catalog and a preliminary decision by the board on an action to take that's also described in the catalog does not in itself represent a final board decision or commitment to act. And why is that? That's because any final decision by the board to move ultimately to standard setting or the development of NAM is ultimately a separate work plan decision balanced with priorities, capacity, and resources. So that's a preliminary direction that is stated on the catalog. And the catalog gets refreshed every 6 months or more often, depending on the need. So it's always a good snapshot of the direction that the board is intending to go. And if we go to the next slide, please. And this is really the core decision lens in the proposed approach. Now, the proposed approach contains a list, a set of qualitative considerations that help the board judge whether a technology-related matter is best addressed through standard setting, the development of NAM, or sometimes a combination of the two. Now, these considerations, I'm not going to read them all, but I'll give you a sense on some of them. One of them is whether there's already an expectation for standard setting that's been established through that's been established already and is clear. That points towards standard setting, of course. Another one is whether authoritative material is critical to support the consistent or effective application of the standards. That also supports standard setting. Alternatively, where guidance in application material or appendices of a standard could quickly become outdated, that would tend to favor NAM because it can be updated more easily and more quickly. And then the last one I'll point out is when the standards themselves, where the principles in the standards are sound, but they're difficult to apply in practice, which would also tend to favor NAM as an implementation support response. Now, the key point I think that's worth mentioning here is that these qualitative considerations are not intended to be a checklist. These factors are applied holistically. The board has to exercise judgment based on the nature of the issue, the evidence, and public interest considerations. So it's not so much of a science in so far as it's a roadmap for making a determination. Next slide, please. Okay, and this slide really gets into when the determination by the board is that it's going to do NAM. What is that development process that should be applied insofar as NAM that relates to technology-related matters? So this is a very specific application that was referenced earlier that the board is thinking about when it develops NAM. What is that NAM? What is the development process? So the proposal that we are positing to the board is that it generally should take the form of non-authoritative documents. And these are also known as guides. The IESBA refers to these as guides. Now, guides are very attractive because they allow for more accessible and less technical language, but they also give a lot of opportunity for a quite robust contextual explanation and practical illustration, while always remaining still well anchored in the standards. And the second really critical point here is that the guides would be developed in most cases following a Channel 4 process. And for those of you that are familiar with the IESBA's framework for activities, there's various channels that are listed in that framework insofar as NAM is concerned, with progressively more board involvement. Channel 4 is the highest level of board involvement, and it involves public deliberation and ultimately approval of the NAM in public session. So in addition, the development is going to be supported by project board members, which the IESBA now is now assigning to various projects. These are board members that are specifically tasked with providing strategic input to a project. And then where appropriate, an expert group, which is the role of the expert group is to provide relevant expertise while recognizing that its involvement remains in an advisory capacity. Accountability for and oversight of the NAM and approval remains with the board. And this heightened board involvement is really responsive to what we heard from stakeholders, that even though technology guidance should be non-authoritative because of how fast technology is moving and the related QM practices are currently moving, the NAM is still going to be very effective at influencing practice. So the development process needs to reflect that and needs to demonstrate rigor, transparency, and very conspicuous board accountability. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm gonna jump through these rather quickly, but I'll give you enough of a sense on what this QM action plan is. Again, the board at the December meeting, what the board considered was all this feedback that we got as part of these 8 global roundtables at the board that the IESB hosted in the second half of 2025. And what the board agreed to is that although the principles and the quality management standards, namely ISQM 1 and ISO 220, remain resilient to advances in tech like Gen AI, additional NAM would be very beneficial to support the consistent and effective application of those principles to technological tools used by practitioners, particularly tools enabled by Gen AI and other emerging tech. And the board asked staff to bring back an action plan to the March meeting for deliberation and approval, which lays out objectives, coverage map, and outputs timeline. Next slide, please. And this is really, and so as I mentioned earlier, when the decision is to develop NAM for technology-related matters, that it's going to what the preferred form of NAM is going to be guides. So this is what we're going to be doing for the QM NAM is we're going to develop guides, and those guides, of course, just to reiterate, will be developed under the oversight of the board and approved formally by the board in public session. And here is the plan for the guides. It's really, we're proposing a series of guides organized using a layering approach, which really reflects how Gen AI is typically accessed and used in practice, and where quality management responsibilities tend to arise, whether at the network, firm, or engagement level. So Guide 1 is going to focus on that foundational Gen AI models that are onboarded from third parties. As you may be aware, the firms are not developing foundational LLMs themselves. That requires a level of a very specialized skill set and expertise and engineering skill set that the firms surely have, but that's not their core business model. So what they do is they license the use of these foundational models, ones from OpenAI or from Anthropic, et cetera, through enterprise arrangements with cloud service providers. That's generally the model, although it varies. You may, sometimes it's not through a cloud, it's directly for some of the smaller firms. Guide 2 is going to focus on the firm's tool layer, which is built on top of these foundational models. What are the considerations there, the quality management considerations? And then finally, Guide 3 focuses on the engagement level use, oversight, and accountability that happens at the engagement level. Really importantly, this layering is not meant to imply rigid silos. As we all know, the introduction of Gen AI in engagements is creating the need for a very dynamic quality management system that depends on this ongoing interaction between firm leadership and leadership at the engagement level. So there's not quite that easy handoff of the baton like there was with rules-based kind of technology where a firm would approve it, put it out in practice, it gets used, and this is a little different. There's going to be more nexus points between firm leadership and leadership at the engagement level in terms of as incidents arise and incident response needs to happen at the firm level. So the layering is really simply a practical way to organize the NAM, recognizing, of course, that these are not silos. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is not a mistake. It's deliberately minimalistic. It's lacking the detail, but I'll tell you what this is. This is the coverage map of what we intend to cover in the guides. Now, the roles deal with the quality management considerations that arise across the tool lifecycle, from onboarding the foundational tool to developing the tools that sit on top of that foundation, to deploying them, to monitoring them once they're deployed. And then the columns are really about where the related responsibilities and accountabilities typically sit in practice relating to each stage of the tool lifecycle. So the point of this slide is not to get into the details of each cell, but to show you the proposed guidance is meant to cover that full landscape in a structured way. And for those of you that are interested, that detail is in fact incorporated in the action plan. So please have a look if you're interested in delving further. Next slide, please. And this final slide is really sets that timetable. I won't get into the details here, but assuming we've got an approval next week, the immediate next step is going to be to bring detail about that guide series to the June meeting, confirm the constitution of this expert group that we're assembling, and agree to the initial work plan at the June 2026 meeting. After that, the guides will come to the board on a rolling basis. Draft, a draft, then the final, a draft, then the final, draft, then the final through to June 2027. And ultimately, after June 2027, there will be continued monitoring and potentially a refresh cycle on the guides, recognizing and acknowledging the point that was made earlier in the meeting that I heard, that the practice is moving quickly and there may be a need to refresh what we put out. So that really concludes my opening remarks. With that, really happy to take any questions if there are any about either the approach or the action plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Very interesting to understand clearly what the IESBA is doing and where you are leaning, and the process and the thought process that you followed to get to this action plan. Thank you so much. I'd like now to see if any board members have any questions for Angelo or any comments. Tom?
Thank you very much. Just want to clarify, what is the relationship between the IESB's guides and the IESBA's point? Because when the IESB discuss about these guides, there may be issue around the bias in the data set and the data governance and professional judgment issue. Those are the issues in the remit of the IESBA. What is the relationship you were expecting with that sort of coordination? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that is an important question that keeps on coming up, and the subject of a lot of the discussions that I have with the IESBA staff, including Jean and Joanne. I see these as flip sides of the same coin. It's becoming harder and harder to draw a very clear delineation between what's a purely assurance quality management consideration and what's ethics. I think obviously the IEESB's ISQM1 quality management standard includes a consideration of the ethics principles, and that's part of a sound principle of a sound system of quality management. So I think it's becoming harder and harder to make that differentiation. I think there's a lot of these aspects bleed into each other, and that I think emphasizes and underscores underpins the point that we should be working together on a lot of this stuff, and I think we will be. So that's at least my aim and goal.
Thank you, Angelo. I see Ken, please.
Thank you, Angela. I just wanted to maybe ask a little bit about the IEESB's thinking relative to the due process it would apply with regard to the development of the drafts. Because if I were to look at the timeline on the last slide you spoke to, I don't know if somebody could put up the slides again. If I see the, let's say the intervening time between when a first draft of, let's say, Guide 1 would be presented to IEESB and when the final draft would be presented to your board for approval, it's essentially 1 quarter. And it's the same for Guide 2. it seems to be just a quarter of spacing between first consideration of a first draft, and then approval by IEESB of the final draft. So just a quarter. So has there been already any discussion at your board, Angelo, even within your technology working group as to how you would factor in elements of due process, including public consultation or not? What is the thinking?
Yeah, and hi, Ken. Happy to provide some early thinking on the matter. Obviously, the board is going to deliberate on this, and things may change. But the preliminary thinking here is it's important to kind of establish upfront that the NAM is non-authoritative. Although there's going to be increased rigor and increased formality associated with its development under Channel 4, it will remain non-authoritative, which means, strictly speaking, it doesn't follow due process. Nevertheless, there are elements of due process that we think are very important to kind of capture some of those elements. And part of that is obviously stakeholder involvement. And we are intending on grabbing that stakeholder involvement through the creation of an expert group. We have some preliminary views on what about who will be involved in that expert group. It hasn't been assembled yet, but we're thinking 50% is going to be composed of practitioners, and the rest is going to be composed of other parties that are relevant, that are really key players in the ecosystem, like IFER, for example, or IOSCO and others as well. In terms of this staggered approach, that is at least the preliminary proposal that's going to the board, that we bring a draft one quarter and we bring the final the other quarter. It's still we leave enough discretion in the action plan to enough wiggle room to say that we still want to talk about this with the expert group to kind of nail it down first. So it may change, but that's the preliminary thinking. So that due process stakeholder kind of involvement comes predominantly from the expert group and from targeted outreach that we're going to be carrying out with key stakeholders. Ken, let me come back to you and see if I've tackled at least part of your question.
Yeah, no, that helps provide a bit of clarity in terms of the involvement of external stakeholders in your process. Thank you, Angelo.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Ken and Angelo. Any other question from board members or any comment? Okay, I don't see anyone. Oh, Tomoyo, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Angelo. I'm looking forward to co-work with you for this initiative. Regarding your action plan on page 9, and this action plan on 11. So your plan is to issue the first guide around September to December. Is that your proposal?
Yeah, so at least the preliminary proposal plan, it would be to bring a draft in September of Guide 1, and then bring a final version of that draft for board approval in December. At least that's the plan.
Thank you. And this Guide 1 will focus on generative AI used in both entity side as well as the practitioner side.
Yeah, and that's another fantastic question that is important really to clarify. Our QM project is really focused on technology that is used by firms and by practitioners. So it's practitioner use of technology for our QM workstream project. But as you've seen from the other broader document that I explained in terms of the approach, technology used by entities is also on the radar, and it's generating technology-related matters that get cataloged, and then we need to figure out how to tackle them. But really, our QM project is really about technology used by practitioners and by firms. So the quality management aspects of that.
Okay, thank you. The last question will be, so do you have any planned issue NAMA other than those, other than you phrases, guides?
Yeah, so the what's proposed and what's proposed in the action plan is that the guides will form the central body of work, but could be supplemented by alternative forms of NAM that may in fact follow different clearance channels. So less formal, quicker to market, that could be used to supplement the guides. But it will be predominantly in the form of guides. And I think you asked another question that I negligently didn't answer. You asked, is the focus on Gen AI? Ken brought up earlier that Gen AI is really the big conversation here. You know, the technology, rules-based technologies, the stuff that the firms have a very good grasp over how to handle and quality manage those kinds of technologies. The FRC released a fantastic thematic review report, and they found that there's various well-established protocols and processes at the bigger firms in the UK in terms of the rules-based kind of algorithms. What they found is that in terms of Gen AI, it's still they're in the development stage of developing these processes. So that is really the focus for us at the IESB in terms of insofar as the quality management project. It's technology used by entities, and it's focused on Gen AI and potentially other technologies that are opaque, non-deterministic, or adaptive.
Thank you, Angelo.
Most welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Angelo and Tomoyo. James, please.
Just a general comment. Thank you very much, Angelo. But maybe to the board, and I'll mention this to the audit board as well. I've seen it represented, I think, inadvertently, but the phrasing of NAM as an alternative to standard setting. NAM is not an alternative to standard setting, right? The board makes a determination. It's not a substitute for standard setting, and I don't think that's the board's intentions. So NAM is appropriate in the circumstances. It's not an alternative. And when we speak about speed to market, that's not exactly why we're doing NAM in lieu of standard setting. We can do a rapid response. We can change the standards quickly. So I just want to, if we're all on the same page and you hear somebody saying NAM is replacing standard setting, it should never be. And I don't think we are. Angelo had a couple of criteria around standard setting. And one that I missed, and I think as a board, we should stay alert as we explore the topics. And a critical determinant, I think, is a different or a divergent interpretation of whether a requirement or a principle of the code is applicable or not. And when you've got divergent viewpoints and divergent practices of the application of the code, its relevance to a point, and I think that it may be a trigger where we want to think, is standard setting needing a tweak or an adjustment? Because that is when we say consistency of application, it's really where we've got differing application of whether a code element is relevant or not. It's not to say we have to achieve the principles of the code in exactly the same way. We know that there's multiple ways to accomplish the requirement, but it's when there's a question or differences in application of the code and its applicability. So to me, I think if we come across such instances as we explore these topics, that should trigger the board further consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, James. I don't see anyone else wanting to make any questions to Angelo. So Angelo, thank you so much. I think this presentation was very important for us, not only to keep us informed about what exactly the IESBA is doing, about your thought process and your methodology to get where you are now, but also, of course, to allow for some some visibility about any possible issues which may be of relevance for the IESBA specifically. I know that, and you mentioned it, but we know that you, on your side, have been working with our team very, very closely, and that they are all in place. There are a lot of mechanisms in place to make sure that we are not only in the board meetings, but as we go, always updated and informed about what both boards are doing and collaborating, intersecting, and etc. So that has been all made sure, and this is very good. To your question, Tom, thank you very much for it. Of course, there are always, I would say, in any audit project, areas of relevance for the IESBA or that may raise topics for reflection or for work for the IESBA. That's our nature, I would say. We are, as someone said, the two faces of one coin. Of course, when with respect to audit, because our scope is broader, but this is our nature is exactly that. But of course, it's very important. And I think that we have been paying growing, increased importance to identifying these topics earlier, sooner than later, and addressing them properly when they require that kind of any action. Finally, of course, the work that the two boards are doing on technology, a completely different nature for now in terms of what we intend to do, the plan, the working plan, the action plan, etc. But we do not put aside at any time that something is raised on one of the sides, which justifies some kind of common work. And if it does, of course, we will embrace that opportunity and that need properly at the right time. And that's why all these coordination mechanisms have been put in place to make sure that we don't realize that there was something that we could have done together or in a coordinated matter after the issue is already there. And I think that we have been very effective in that respect. And I'm grateful to the staff on both boards because they have been really working very well together and providing us with the necessary confidence that we are well supported by the staff in the identification of these possible topics and articulation and etc. So that's it. Angelo, if you don't have anything else for us, thank you very much. Of course, you can stay with us. You are very welcome. But I suspect that you have a lot of other things to do. So if we don't see you on the screen after the break, thank you for joining us, and thank you to Tomoyo and the working group for receiving this presentation and, of course, taking it forward for reflection about what it can mean for the IESBA. Thank you so much. We will break now. We are a bit late, 7 minutes late. We will come back. I don't know if Jean, Tomoyo, sorry, you want to? Okay, we will come back in 25 minutes. Sorry? Sorry? 11:05. Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. 11:05, 5 minutes after the hour. Sorry for a bit shorter break, but we need to keep on time. Thank you. thank you for being back. This time to address another very interesting topic, which is the private equity investment in accounting firms topic. So just a recap, last year we issued a staff alert on private equity investment. This is a topic that has been going through significant and rapid developments and evolutions. Last year, when we issued the staff alert, it was not as top on the agenda of everyone as it is today. And still, the staff alert was very well received. I don't know if we spoke about it, I think so, but it was one of the most frequently or most intensively downloaded document on our website lately. And so far, what we have received is just very good reactions and acceptance of this document. Still, following up on the discussion that we had in December, we need to be attentive. We need to keep monitoring this topic very closely. Everyone is interested in seeing how the IESBA is moving forward with in this topic. And recently, as an important trigger or element for consideration, the AICPA issued that public consultation that you will have seen, which also added to our internal reflection that we were doing about, do we need to do something else? Is there anything for us that the market is expecting, and things like that. So what you will receive today is an update or a presentation about the work, technical and strategical work that has been done lately on this topic, and some suggestions for this board to consider. I hope that you are all. I'm confident that you are all expecting a very good discussion. I am. And I'm very thankful to Ken and Jean, who have been working very intensively to be able to come to this board for reasons of also timeliness, come to this board and submit the documents that you have seen and the presentation that you will have seen, which I think it's very rich in terms of elements for reflection, and very clear as well. So Ken, I think I'm gonna hand over to you, or is it Jean? Jean, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. And as I wait for the slides just to pop up on the screen, we will be covering three aspects for the presentation. The first two is just some information around the webpage that was launched by IFAC. And the second one is around a paper that Accountancy Europe issued in November, I think, last year. But we did just speak to it during the December board meeting, but ran through it very, very quickly. So just going to take this opportunity to speak to it again. And it sets really nicely up to delve into the discussion around the exposure draft that was issued by the AICPA's peak committee. And we will run through some of the key elements, proposals that might not be directly or explicitly addressed in the IESBA code. So with that, I'll jump into the first part. So this is just, this slide just gives us IFAC launched a global research that analyzed this rapid growth in private equity and its potential implications, and it was released the 2nd of March of this year, where IFAC actually identified more than 1,000 accounting firms worldwide that have experienced private equity investment over the past 10 years. But it definitely has accelerated since 2022, where the research initially indicated that fewer than 200 initial investments, but it has actually subsequently expanded to over 900, underscoring this really significant wave and consolidation across the profession worldwide. So the objective of the work of IFAC is to raise awareness and enhance understanding of to accountancy professionals, and so that they can engage and be informed. With evidence-based discussions with regulators, clients, and other stakeholders. So this is the reason why they've launched this webpage. The link is in here as well for those that have missed probably or that might have missed the communication, but can access the webpage there. The next few slides is just some of the information that is contained within the webpage. I'm not intending to go through that in detail, but the first one is what I just want to highlight is the key takeaways to help the accounting professions understand and assess and guide them when they are considering private equity investment decisions. Some of these elements that we'll touch on is, for example, this well-structured administrative service agreement that's at the top of their list, and the culture, the firm leadership, how they deal with it. Third-party advisory services and legal experts are encouraged to get them involved when they are setting up these types of arrangements. And obviously, what they also do have is they link to the work that the IESBA has done on the IESBA staff alert as well, of responsibility to act ethically and to have, especially when they do audits as well, the independence considerations around that as well. In addition, the webpage is structured on different considerations or investment considerations, how this transaction is structured, the importance of firms oversight, some independence and conflicts considerations. There's some detail around that audit quality, that not be compromised when private equity or private equity investors come into play. This consolidation or the competition elements due to the consolidation of these firms, and also the attractiveness of the profession with how private equity deals with that as well. Like I said, I'm not going to go into detail. Very welcome to go through that web page. The website also contains a number of resources, and I thought it's nice just to consolidate them over here for you to access. The Accountancy Europe, both papers we've discussed on this board to this board as well. The link to the IESBA staff alert is also in here, but some of these other documents we have also referenced in our staff alert, but just for noting. Continuing on to the Accountancy Europe information paper, like I mentioned, this was covered briefly in December. The paper sets out that the discussion goes beyond just private equity, but there's also other ways of third-party ownership models of how the accounting profession is structured. The private equity can either be minority or majority, but also this platform-based, and we've spoken about this previously as well. Public listing, some of the accounting firm that has gone public, family ownership, as well as staff ownership, and some of those firms that has actually went on that model as well. So the paper actually elaborates on what attracts third parties, investors to the profession. And on the left-hand side, highlights what attracts the third parties investment. So firstly is this high client retention. It is repetitive income that's coming. It's stable and it's predictable. So this is one of the main attractions why third party investors are considering investing in accounting firms. It's also due to this market fragmentation. So it's the opportunity to buy practices, accounting firms, or build. And this speaks to the platform-based approach that is being that I mentioned earlier. There's also the strong growth potential, and also the solid reputation of the accounting profession and the audit sector as well, which makes us very, very attractive for third-party investors. But equally, the question is, you need the other side of the party as well. Why would accounting firms be interested or accept these types of investment? A huge thing is the access to capital, access to funds for growth, strategy, and also to invest in technology. So this is one of the main driving forces. This is something that I mentioned as well during the PE summit that was raised, that a lot of the firms are looking for capital so they're able to be competitive with the growth in technology, especially around AI as well. It's also this operational and management expertise that is embedded within the private equity firms as well, that they bring these experts in to kind of grow these firms. So that is a really, really attractiveness for the accounting firms as well. And then something that we've seen a lot in the accounting practice is succession planning and ownership, especially the smaller practices. So this types of investors provide solutions for those around succession planning as well. Obviously, with any transaction, there are risks and opportunities. The risks on this side is definitely around the regulatory aspects of it, especially if there's the audit side. So it's very important for accounting firms are encouraged to engage very early with regulators in this regard. We've seen some reports on that of some of the regulators actually encouraging accounting firms that are considering PE investment to do that. The risk of audit quality. There is also papers already available out there around, I think AFM was one that actually highlighted the audit quality that might be deteriorating because of PE investment, but that is a risk and a concern. Ethical issues, that has also been potential conflict of interest. We've highlighted some of those ethical risks in our staff alert as well. The different work culture, speak to our firm culture and governance project as well. The impact on the audit market. If we do have this consolidation, it might be that the attractiveness of going into the audit market or doing public interest entity audits might be less and less. So it might be that there is, due to the shift in the market, that there is less auditors out there because they're focusing on the non-assurance or non-audit services. So there might be a new dynamic within the sector as a whole. And then also the other risk is around the exit strategy. The private equity firms are really well known. That's only for a short term. We call it the flip. So how is that going to look like is something that we are going to, or that we are monitoring. It is close by when this is supposed to happen. There was an article recently around this also, and something that I read today as well is that a lot of the private equity firms are actually just reinvesting themselves. So we haven't seen a total new flip. We've seen one, but this is probably something that we need to closely monitor, and one of the biggest risks around it, with everything else that we've mentioned in the past as well. Opportunities, I'm not going to go through them in detail. I've spoke about the innovation and the technology, those consolidations and the efficiencies and the synergies that can be leveraged off, especially if there's a platform with the back end and covering some cost. Also, with new funds, you have this talent attraction and retention, or even more money to kind of develop the existing staff. So it actually brings in new opportunities. And also then it also gives this new business network. So with the portfolio companies within the private equity infrastructure, it might be that there's new opportunities there as well. So risks and opportunities that's highlighted within the Accountancy Europe paper as well. I'm not going to pause for questions at this stage because the crux of the presentation is around the AICPA's exposure draft. When we do stop at the end for comments, board members are welcome to comment on the other parts as well. So in December 2025, the IESBA Professional Ethics Executive Committee issued this exposure draft, and the link is included here as well, revising the interpretation of their alternative practice structures. They previously issued an interpretation in 2000, but due to this rapid change in the landscape, they saw the need to revise this and necessary to have a fresh look at it. So in November 2022, they appointed a task force to evaluate the private equity investment in non-attested entity at the APS, and we did have the chair of the PEAK actually present to this board previously as well on some of the things that they've seen. So just to bring that under their attention. So from their perspective, they actually have this new structures that are fundamentally different to the existing alternative practice structures, and because of the way that investors can actually influence the non-attest entity or the entity that's being invested in, maybe the dependency, and we'll speak a little bit about that between the attest and the non-attest firm, but also then that creates potential threats to independence. So those are the reasons why they actually delved into developing this exposure draft. So this slide just gives you an overview of what is covered within the exposure draft, talking about the new alternative practice structure interpretation under their independence rule revision to the network firm, and we'll delve into detail that, and also then revisions to interpretation relating to the form of organization and nature, the conceptual framework for independence, as well as the conceptual framework for members in public practice. And we'll go into the detail as we go through the presentation. So the following slides will go through the key AICPA proposals that are not directly or specifically addressed within the IESBA code. So the first one is the introduction of alternative practice structures. So they introduce this new interpretation very broadly, and it touches on 3 different alternative practice structures. Firstly, APS in general. Secondly, where APS relates to private equity investment, and then the third one is around public company investors. So APS is not just private equity, it deals with all 3 of these. And they do include a definition on alternative practice structures, where a firm that provides attest services, they call this the attest firm. And from their perspective, this includes the functioning or the providing of service of both audit and assurance. So it's limited assurance and agreed upon procedures. So I think this is just very important to note that this is what they mean with a attest firm. And this attest firm is closely aligned with another public or private entity, which is either partly or wholly owned by investors. And they call this entity that provides the non-attest services a non-attest entity. So from a code perspective, we do not explicitly address alternative practice structures. We do only deal with the concept of a firm. And the definition of a firm is a firm itself and the entity that controls it, and then the entity that it is being controlled, so going up and going down. But we do not go deeper into differentiating and structure and saying how these firms are structured, whether they are providing non-attest services or whether they are providing attest services. So that is the first clearly difference of how they actually define an APS and how we only address firms in the code. They also define closely aligned. So that's a definition that they bring into their interpretation, which just describes this dependency of the attest firm and the non-attest entity. And the dependency is around the personnel or the providing of administrative services or other resources. And this is very, very important, this dependency, because it's a basis that that the non-attest firm provides this to the attest firm, and that it might be that they kind of get scoped into the same independence requirements because of this. And we'll talk a little bit about that later, but I think that's important to say that this dependency is very closely linked, and it looks a little bit different to than what we call under network firms, and we'll speak to network firms as well. So from the PEAK's view, it is that the APS is the relationship between the attest firm and the non-attest firm is more closely aligned than our traditional network firm or a network entities. And the examples that they've given, it's in there after the first bullet, is that attest partners in firm may be employees of the non-attest firms. This is how it's structured. Or the attest firm leases those individuals. Or there's substantial revenue flows from the non-attest entity to the, from the attest entity to the non-attest, the attest firm to the non-attest entity. It's going to be a tongue twister to keep the 2 apart. So because of this dependency, the purpose of the non-attest entity and the entity that it controls could be subject to the same independence requirement because of how it's scoped and because of how they're closely aligned. And this is very important from a code perspective because we don't go into that amount of detail. Also, our part 4A and part 4B is we do not impose direct independence requirements on network firms, the same as on the firm itself. And part 4B, we do not have a specific network firm requirement beyond the application of the conceptual framework. So that is also the difference. And that's why I mentioned that the test firm does include those part 4B engagements as well. So in that respect, they actually have gone over and above to what we have in our code, and they explicitly state that other network firms are not affected in the same way. So they kind of scope this alternative practice structure separately to how network firms are being addressed because of that close alignment. Ken, I'm going to pause here. I don't know if you want to add anything at this stage.
I think, no, thank you, Jean, for really taking the board really slowly through those technical areas, because it is a highly technical space when we're really looking at the independence considerations in the context of network arrangements and those new kinds of structures that up until now we've not addressed in the code. And, you know, that's a really question for the board as to whether there is a need to look into the issues or the questions that are being thrown up as a result of the IESBA's consideration of those matters. I think it's fair to say that in the context of private equity investment, but potentially other kinds of investments going into accounting firms, whether there are those kinds of structures that are being created, and the ICP exposure draft addresses, let's say, one such type of structure whereby you have an attest firm and you have a non-attest entity, and they are really connected very tightly. And the ICP exposure draft uses a concept of close alignment or closely aligned. And their document, in fact, defines the concept of close alignment. What does closely aligned mean between the two entities? And this is happening, obviously, in the context of the US. I think a question for the board is whether that is a similar type of structure that might be created in other jurisdictions where private equity investment is happening. I think it's fair to say that that kind of structure tends to be prevalent because of legal constraints or regulatory constraints around the ownership of attest firms in the US. And at least our understanding is, at least in the US, for attest firms, these firms really should be owned by CPAs predominantly. There might be different rules at the state level, etc. But predominantly those firms should be owned by CPAs, and therefore when you have private equity investors coming in, they're not exactly CPAs themselves. So that's kind of the basis for creating that kind of structure where the investment can come into the non-attest entity, and then the attest entity then provides the necessary resources to enable the attest firm to provide attest services, etc. I think on this slide here, one nuance that it's useful for the board to be aware of is that, as Jean has indicated, if you see in the penultimate bullet point on this slide, what the AICP exposure draft is trying to address is to scope in the non-attest entity with regard to attestation engagements. Attestation engagements under the AICPA sort of standards are engagements that are not just, they are not audit engagements, because there is a separate set of auditing standards that deals with audit engagements. Attestation engagements are essentially our assurance engagements under Part 4B, but they also include agreed upon procedures engagements for which under the code there are no independence requirements. So in a way, under the IESBA standards, they go a bit beyond assurance engagements. So that's really what is important to kind of appreciate in terms of the nuance here, which is that under our Part 4B, there are no specific provisions that deal with network firms. In other words, network firms are not covered directly, other than through the general application of the conceptual framework. Whereas in the AICP exposure draft, they're bringing in those non-attest entities as, in effect, de facto network firms, and really making all the independence requirements apply to those non-attest entities as well. So that's really where they are essentially proposing to go beyond what we already cover in the code. Thank you, Jean.
Thanks, Ken. Going on to the next concept as point number 2 is the definition of a network firm. So on the left-hand side, we have the 2 definitions as contained in the IESBA code. So firstly, the definition of a network firm, a firm or entity that belongs to a network, and then also the definition of a network. On the right-hand side is the definition of the AICPA as well as the proposed changes. That's there in markup with the bold and the underlined. So the first sentence is equal to that of the IESBA code, but they do go further. It states just after the star on the right-hand side, this includes any entity that by itself or through one or more of its owners the network controls or controls the network firm and cooperates with the network firm for the purpose of enhancing the network firm's capabilities to provide professional services. And this is very important. So from our code perspective, our network definition is based just only the corporation. So if you go on the left-hand side, so network is this large structure aimed at cooperation. And it is also clearly aimed at profit or profit sharing. There's common ownership, control or management, common quality procedures. I'm not going to read through all of them, but that's kind of the concept of a network. Where on the right-hand side, it's for purpose of enhancing that network's capabilities to provide the professional services. So we currently don't have all this that speaks to the APS specifically around network firms in our code. So it goes a little bit beyond that. I do see Luigi's hand.
Yeah, thank you. Just to highlight a matter, during the discussion, I heard that, let's say, they went beyond what the code is stating now. We are comparing things that are not similar here. So if you go through, if you review the definition of network, I would conclude that the IESBA one is broader and would include more situation than the other one, because there is no need to have control to be part of a network. So probably I will not say that this is not a reason to go on. I think that we need to go on, but just to say that when comparing 2 things that are completely different, or at least different in certain respect, we don't know yet which of 2 are more restrictive or not. Maybe one is more restrictive in certain respect and the other in other respects. Probably one thing to do is to try to see whether the code as it is would result in the same application. But at this stage, probably it is too early to say whether one is more restricted than the other, or whether one is coming to a more appropriate approach, because probably this is one of the action you should probably present to try to, or propose to try to, let's say, see what's happened by applying the code in this situation.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Nancy, please.
Yes, and I think I'm sort of appending on what Luigi says. I think there are 3 key different definitions here, and I'm really not quite sure exactly how the IESBA code would apply, but there's a definition of firm, there's a definition of network, and there's a definition of network firm. And I think all are relevant when you look at these comparisons. So when you go to the AICPA code and you look at the definition network, I think it is going to look very, very similar to the definition of network that's on this slide. It's the definition of network firm under the AICPA code that I think is the distinguishing difference between AICPA and IESBA. And what I'm really not clear is whether under the IESBA code is when you look at the network firm, if that also includes entities that network entity controls or is controlled by. If you go to the IESBA definition of firm, it speaks to controlled and controlling entities. I'm not clear whether or not you would extend that in this circumstance. And I think, to Luigi's point, I think that's really important as we think through what this board may need to do going forward about clarity about how we take some of these existing definitions and would apply them in space in sort of these new environments that perhaps we've not previously considered as being relevant. So I just want to caution you here that when you look at this, I think you also have to look at all three definitions for both codes in terms of comparability. And quite frankly, I'm not sure I'm exactly clear on where the differences truly apply, because I'm not sure that we've had those discussions, particularly with the IESBA code. I've been in a lot of discussions on the AICPA side, but even that, I mean, I think there's been a lot of confusion because it's a very complicated area. So I just want to exercise some caution here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Mark, please.
Thank you. I do agree that there is a discussion that we need to have, because my concern about this is that as a result of alternative practice structures, there may well be threats to independence that need to be addressed. And the first question is what are the threats to independence? I think we need to have that discussion, because otherwise we start talking about definitions and structures and legal form, whereas actually, to my mind, it's the substance of whatever the agreement is that is the most important thing here. So if there is a threat to independence, I don't believe you can define your way out of that threat to independence. And so therefore, I would be very keen for the board to actually discuss as a starting point, what are the threats, and, you know, are there safeguards that can mitigate those threats or not, before we actually jump to a definition and a structure and a legal construct that may actually be more about dealing with a regulatory requirement than it is about dealing with a threat to independence.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Oh, sorry, Christelle.
Thank you, Chair. I support what Mark said. I'm a little bit upset about the fact that we are triggering eventually the need for something else than what we already have done, because an organization which is dealing in a rule-based environment is edicting rules. And so it is linked to the question of legal structures, etc., and not substance. And so in any case, we couldn't take the subject, the matter the same way. That's my opinion. When we discussed this in EIOC, was it 3 months ago? We heard that the big network firms were generally not keen to go into such schemes, that some middle-sized could envisage, that also the more risky situations were based on the ownership succession planning. I think we call that here, because there was no value added to the firm, there was value added to the owners. And so that this would trigger situation where you don't add a dynamic above the organic dynamic that is already in there. And so you may face more pressure. The question was about pressure. So I'm not convinced yet that we are in a situation very much different than 3 months ago when we discussed the subject of, is there any need for that? We are a little bit behind what has been done, and the next step that we identified as a high risk was the exit or rotation movements that would also higher the risk. But as soon as we are in a principle-based answer, that we have alerted that maybe we could add some information about additional risk identified, if any, to update the information that we published. I'm not very keen to add this as a standard setting project for us. I'm not. I don't see what changed since we discussed that 3 months ago.
Well, thank you, Christelle. I'll say that we are not yet discussing if we are going to start a standard setting project or not, also because we need to go through all the elements here. With respect to this revised definition of network firm, Mark, I'd say that you are right. Of course, what matters is the substance and not the definitions. Not that this definition is irrelevant not that this definition cannot be relevant, depending on the threats that we identify. But I see your point about substance, going to the threats first and then see what possibly needs to be adjusted to cover or address those risks. So thank you very much for this. Rania, please.
Yes, thank you. I mean, this is very helpful, very insightful, the comparison that we're looking at here, but I think it would also help to have the same sort of comparison between the issues being raised, for example, by the AICPA code and the staff alert that we issued back in, I think it was in July of 2025, to see if, I mean, very much in line with what colleagues have said. I mean, if in substance these issues have been like identified by us and they are somehow addressed, you know, through the code, if I mean, and they were addressed in the staff alert. So I think that would be a useful exercise. I mean, for our purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Christelle, please.
Then the question about, at the end of the presentation, the question to the board was, do we position ourselves to answer to that exposure draft? And there my thinking was, how can a global principle-based board answer to a rule-based standard, local, by the way, very local, in a country that did not adopt the IESBA code? Am I wrong?
I don't think that's, I mean, Ken, go ahead.
I mean, the AICPA code is converged with the IESBA code. I would just maybe not use such a broad brush, to paint any jurisdiction's ethical standards. In fact, as indicated, the IESBA code is converged with the IESBA code. It is by and large, I would say, principles-based. But what it is addressing in the context of alternative practice structures is a reality of what is in the market. And the IESBA peak, they have essentially analyzed the developments and the issues, and in their judgment, they've considered that there are gaps that need to be addressed. And to the question of whether this board stays with non-authoritative material, staff alerts, etc., versus standard setting, I would maybe go back to what James just said before the break, that non-authoritative material should not be a substitute for standard setting. So if the board, based on the appropriate analysis, the appropriate information gathering, identifies that there are gaps in the code, that there are issues that are not addressed in the code, etc., that ought to be addressed through standard setting, that is what the board should do. So we should be careful not to substitute non-authoritative material for standard setting, and I cannot overemphasize the point that James mentioned earlier. And that's it's what we heard from the PIUB as well. In terms of a bit of a concern around utilizing the vehicle of non-authoritative material when actually standard setting might be the appropriate response. But that's not to say we're making a judgment at this point in time that the standard setting is, as the chair has said, is the way to go. There needs to be the let's say the appropriate homework to be done.
But there are two points that I was trying to raise is answering to a local exposure draft. What's going to be the next one? Indonesia, Kenya, or whatever, because they would have movement on the market. And do we agree with that in substance there is gap in our code? Because in the staff alert we were not raising points about we did not issue the staff alert as a point there is a gap in the code. We issued that as here's how we interpret the answer to the threats that can be embedded in such schemes. No, so either we have analyzed this and we agree that there are gaps in the code, and then the next step is to see what is the best way to fill in the gap. But it's not in comparing like that and saying, well, there's a new definition maybe that is introduced in this project or a new concept that which I feel is very much linked to what is happening on this market and to answering because it's an answer on a structure based, not on a substance based. I'm not sure we have the basis for convincing ourselves we need a step to standard to moving to modifying the code. Yeah.
Thank you, Christelle. So I think that this conversation is premature because exactly as you said, any decision or direction in one direction or the other to do or not to do must be based on an analysis of the different elements that we see that may be relevant for that decision. And that's what's going to follow in this presentation. So I think that the discussion about this is premature at this point in time, and maybe premature now. And even if personally I have a certain intuition that we have a lot here. Secondly, when you say we cannot make that decision based on this analysis of a definition, I think that, well, this is one of the elements that is being put forward for discussion, the comparison of the definition between, among others. But I think that it's, at least to me, I think that the technical analysis that has been done so far, and it's of course an initial one, it's always like we work. We start by seeing if there is anything that catches our eye or concerns us, and that makes us go go deeper. But for that, we need to start a project or a work stream or whatever. This is an initial technical analysis that, to my perspective, is really robust, and that's what I said at the start. And I, frankly, was impressed with the speed and the depth of the analysis that have been done on this. So I think that we have here material to have a substantive discussion about. Is this, should we do, should we not do? And even if we may not come to a conclusion today, I say that I would not say that whatever we do based on what we have here would be a decision or a direction based on superficial analysis or wording or whatever. So thirdly, with respect to the response to the public consultation, of course, we are global, and this is a response to a specific consultation on a specific location. But there are no rules or there are no rules about when we should and should not respond to public consultations or do something which is jurisdictionally relevant, because in this case, I think it's not only jurisdictionally relevant, this work of AICPA, and we are not saying that we are going to tell the AICPA exactly in which direction they could go. But a response to a public consultation can be this and can be that, can be high level, can be technical. So a response to a public consultation, with whichever proposals we have in front of us, can be of different nature, need different approach, and etc. And we might, I don't know, because frankly, I haven't, I'm waiting for this conversation. I have no preconceived ideas about if we should do or not. But as chair of the IESBA, frankly, I think that my first and main job is to make sure that this board keeps the leadership as a global board about things which matter for us. I said that about on technology, and I'm repeating it here. So if we issued a staff alert, that, as you said, by then we did not identify any gap in the code, but we always said that this was an initial step that we were making to make sure that we were timely, that we were telling the market or giving the market the necessary support, guidance, etc., and that would not preclude subsequent work that we needed to do to go a little bit deeper. So I think that one thing does not preclude the other. But we issued a staff alert with a very well received. I think it was the first thing that was of this nature that was issued, with important references, by the way, public references. I don't know if you are aware, but for instance, just an example, I think it was the first time there, I don't know if it was the first time, I was not here before, but the PCAOB publicly mentioned the work that we were doing as an example of something that should be followed. So I don't think, and it's not because of reputation or to be famous. We are not self-serving, and that's not our objective, definitely. But our role and mission as a board is to keep the leadership, and the leadership means that we avoid fragmentation, and that we try to create this global baseline that we try to do for everything. So in principle, and I'm not saying that we are going to do it or not, it's a conversation that we'll have here. In principle, I don't see any objection or any obstacle or any reason why we should not, if it's relevant, say something about that public consultation. Also because if that's the case, that may help aligning things and avoiding fragmentation from the start, instead of the AICPA taking its direction, which is absolutely legitimate. But who knows? Maybe you have similar things to say, and we may support and say, okay, that's here and there. This is the right direction to take. I don't know. I would just not take start this conversation or this approach with reservations, because we are a global board and they are local. We did it before, for instance, when there were the problems in Australia. We issued something specific, reminding the accountants and etc., the firms, that there were some principles that we needed to remind, and etc. So aware, and I fully agree that we should avoid following any local approach or adhering or whatever, but to keep our leadership and set the benchmark where it should be. I think that having issued the staff alert, which was such an important, and still is such an important element, and having seen something which is a step, and important, I'm not saying that it's perfect or it's good or bad, we are not yet there, but it's an important regulatory or standard setting step in this direction in a very new area. I think that we should at least consider not staying silent and saying nothing about something that may be relevant going forward, to make sure that we don't go each other, us and others, in different directions and end up having a patchwork of rules and etc. So this, I think, follows a little bit the same thinking that we have been speaking about in articulating and coordinating with IESBA. Of course, it's a completely different situation, but if we see something being born where we can try to avoid or we can reinforce or we can unite, I don't know. I don't have, again, any preconceived ideas, but just wanted to state my conviction that we still have the leadership on this topic, and having the leadership means also connecting with everyone that is advancing in the same space and etc. So again, conversation to be held at the end of this presentation, but I think that it's important that John and the team go through the elements. And of course, John said it, and of course, if there is a conversation to have about each one of them, like we did, I think it's very important, but let's wait for the end of the presentation to have all the elements, to have this more strategic conversation about should we respond or should we, Luigi, I see your badge. So. Okay, Jean, please.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you for everybody's initial comments as well. So just continuing on the network firm definition as well. So this slide continues from the previous slide as well, but where the AICPA with their proposal actually provide guidance on factors to consider in evaluating whether there is cooperation. So if you remember, I'm just going to recap, seeing that we had a quick break with the discussion, that the second part there in bold is that the addition is controls the network firm and cooperate with the network firm for the purpose of enhancing the network firm's capabilities to provide professional services. And these are the factors that they are proposing or to add as well. So facilitating the provision of professional services, assisting or collaborating with service delivery, or providing functions or resources related to the professional services. So this could potentially, with this updated definition, actually potentially bring in the investor. So this is where it's important to note that this definition of the network firm could potentially actually include the investor, which could be the private equity firm within the network firm parameter. So, and that could have additional independence consideration. So this is just the way that they phrased it. So that would be something to consider. Element 3 relates to covered member. So they also broaden the concept of covered member, and this slide provides just the definition within the IESBA code, is the definition of the audit team member. And the AICPA's proposal, in addition to their covered member definition, is they say a covered member is an individual in a position to influence the test engagement. And for an alternative practice structure, this could exist either within the attest firm, but also the non-attest entity or any other entities in the investors structure. So from our code perspective, how it currently is, the audit team definition, which is on the previous slide, includes the engagement team and those within or engaged by the firm that can influence the audit outcome. So we do not extend it to others outside of the audit firm. So not to, like the definition that's proposed, to the non-attest entity or the other entities within the investment structure. The next one is point number 4, relates specifically where PEAK actually acknowledged that they can be this greater influence threat when it comes to alternative practice structures, and they emphasize that investors' input into strategic and budgetary decisions, or the participation in the compensation and quality decisions that may create this elevated undue influence threat, even if the investor is not technically within the network firm. So in our code, undue influence is addressed within the intimidation threat category under the conceptual framework, but we do not have alternative practice structure specific examples embedded in our code specifically with undue influence or under the intimidation threat. So with their proposal, they are actually explicitly highlighting that this is as great a threat that actually with the undue influence that comes into play with relating to independence. So the next few slides is actually specific prohibitions within the exposure draft. So slide 2, for example, speaks to where independence is impaired if an attest client or its officers or directors actually have a direct financial interest in the non-attest entity. Slide 23 deals with in cases of significant influence or controlling investment if a member or of those charged with governance of the non-attest entity holds a key position, or if the attest service are provided to upstream entities, or if upstream entities are affiliates. And then slide 24 is relates to controlling investments. So these are prescribed rule-based prohibitions, but from our code, and we would generally analyze these types of matters under circumstances under the headings of financial interest provisions, the business relationships, as well as under the conceptual framework. So we do have these considerations, but these are specific rules that they are proposing. And they have the specific alternative practice structures prohibitions. And then the other one is around other relationships. So for other relationships not specifically prohibited that they mentioned, where the member knows or has reason to believe there's a threat to independence, they fall back on the conceptual framework. So this is specifically highlighted. To elevate the threat factors to be considered includes, for example, the level of investment, the nature of the test services, or whether an investee has a separate governance or separate management to the non-attest entity. So this is where they actually fall back then on to the conceptual framework. And then they've also amended some additional guidance that they have around conceptual framework. This is specific guidance, this slide and the next one for members in public practice and for independence. And the examples include investment pressure to meet internal and external targets, and also investor representative participating in the dependence or quality decision. So these are specific guidance relating to alternative practice structures that they've added to their conceptual framework for both members in public practice as well as for independence. I'm just going to scroll through because these are similar. It's those highlighted in blue. And then the last concept is the specific disclosure requirements have been included in their proposal. The member should disclose to the client which professional services are provided by the attest firm, so those that are responsible for the attest services, and which are provided by the non-attest entity, so those that entity that's closely aligned with the non-attest firm and the professional services that's being provided by each one of them. And that's highlighted in the blue text here as well. Ken, I don't know if you want to add anything before we jump into the questions.
No, I think you've done a great job, Jean, to really highlight really the proposals of IESBA and really the sorts of issues that they're trying to address in the context of these alternative practice structures. As you explained, Jean, those matters are not directly addressed in the code, and essentially there are questions for this board to consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. And then just this is the question that we posed to the board, is whether we should submit a response to the AICPA's peak exposure draft. And if we do that, decide land on that, what's the approach that should be followed? And then secondly, do these proposals actually raise sufficient questions on whether an information gathering work stream should be prioritized to assess the need for revisions? So it's not necessarily standard setting, but rather that initial information gathering and analysis that's needed to see whether how alternative practice structures could be addressed within the code. Those are the two questions. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you so much, Jean. And I'll give the floor to Luigi since he was waiting since the last round.
I read the presentation and the paper, and now I thank for the presentation that was done. My sense is that the code and the ICPA code were different before, and probably will continue to be different in certain respects. So the fact that there are differences per se are not indicating that there are gaps in one or in another. I think that before committing a standard setting phase, probably we need some test of the code in order to make sure that there are gaps, in fact, because I think that the concept of certain concepts as defined in the code are different from the same concept defined in the ICPA. And therefore, probably we need to take one of these structures, one or two of these structures, and try to see which conclusion we will reach by applying rigorously the code. And maybe we will confirm, let's say, the gaps that have been identified, or we may find additional gaps, could be. Because in this way, probably we can be very clear in which type of activities we need to do in order to fill this gap. And probably we could go also in a speedy way if we identify exactly where the gaps are. I have the sense that certain terms and certain definition in the code are broader and could include more than it is included in the same definition in the other code. But this will not mean that everything is solved, absolutely. I feel that there is a need to have a clear understanding by applying these rule on a real cases. It would be, well, not easy, because it is not easy, but well, will be possible. And again, within this exercise, with this exercise, probably we can do also the exercise suggested by Mark to try to identify which are the risks we would like to address, and whether the code, even if there are no gaps, the code is not fit for purpose because there are some threads that are not properly addressed. In this way, probably we will have sufficient information to say, well, we need to start as a matter of urgency, a standard setting phase.
Thank you very much, Luigi, for suggesting that approach. And I probably agree with you, but let me just clarify something. I don't know if it's not clear, but I think that this presentation doesn't meant to tell the board, well, they changed all these things, so we need to change as well. I think that they should work as triggers or points of attention for us to conduct the exercise that you are suggesting. Not in any moment, I think Ken or John or whoever thought that we need to change everything they changed and in the same way it was changed. We need to make sure that the code is fit for purpose or not, or whatever, where we need to do something or not. But this consultation and the areas where some changes were made is it's an important driver, just because there are some, as Ken was saying, some convergence between the two. So it's possible that with this help or prompt, we may easily identify some areas where we may need, to which we may need to pay attention. This said, it was never meant to say there are no other things that we should change or pay attention to, or that we are going to change all these, or that maybe the code doesn't need anything, or we need to do something else. So it's a really initial set of thoughts and work based on something which is there and that was analyzed for this purpose. So just to make clear that there was no proposal to say everything that AICPA will change, we will change as well, and in the same direction. So that's it. I think that the next one was David.
Thank you, Chair. So a few things were going through my mind is I wanted to just ask a clarifying question more than anything to start with. And that's that, is the AICPA finding that their definitions and the conceptual framework or the application of the conceptual framework are not consistent? Is that fundamentally the issue they're running into? And hence they want to provide this specificity to make it clear that in the context of our environment, this is what it means, this is what it might look like. Because I can sort of get my head around that for a particular jurisdiction where they might run into specific challenges. And yes, they do look to clarify to make sure it's applied consistently. So I'm just trying to understand, based on what we know, what is it we think that AICPA has identified with respect to the inconsistency in the jurisdiction that they're responsible for? So that was one question that came to mind. I'm not clear why it's inconsistent, because there is a conceptual framework, there is quite a lot of material out there. So I was trying to understand that gap, because then it helps understand where they're coming from. The other thing that I think would be really helpful from my point of view, and I think the suggestion that Luigi had around how it would be done would be really useful, and Mark mentioned it as well, is a comparison between what we've got versus the recommended approaches. Because what really would be interesting from my point of view is if there is a divergence, what's the divergence? And then it comes back, because I agree with you, Gabriella, that you mentioned earlier, it's important that we address things when there's going to be fragmentation or an inconsistency in the market, because that is, in my view, part of our public interest responsibility. So that was the other thing I was trying to figure out as we were going through is, do we actually have a gap with respect to what we have? And hence, that might be a view to encourage, more consideration for AICPA on the divergence side, if in fact we think there is one, and I'm not sure we do actually at the moment. So that was the second piece that I had, and I was just reflecting on that. And I think to the point that Christelle made a little bit earlier, what might also be helpful as things come up in jurisdictions in the future, just kind of broader feedback, is if somehow we can, in some way, either qualitatively or quantitatively give some sense or steer for what impact that would have as we start to think about the broader market as a whole. So is this a very small segment that's being addressed, or in fact, is it a really pervasive problem in a large market jurisdiction, which is a very different thing than a very small segment in a very small jurisdiction? It doesn't mean we don't address it, but I think that context would also be super helpful, so that we've got some sense for the magnitude of the problem, again, from a public interest perspective, because what one jurisdiction can do, others can easily replicate. So those were just three things that were going through my mind that would be helpful to understand a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I don't know if Jeanne or Ken want to respond now, or if you want to collect a few more. Sorry? A few more. Okay. So next was Mark, I think.
Thank you, and thank you for the really helpful walkthrough on this. So specifically on your questions, should we submit a response? No, I don't think we should. It is up to jurisdictions to determine how they deal with the threats. It's for us to determine whether or not there are issues for our code arising from the work that happens in jurisdictions. This is going to be a really interesting challenge to address, because, as you've talked us through the AICPA proposals, an element of that is rules-based. And I think that's a really difficult thing to do, because private equity structures are changing at speed. So therefore, there's a risk that your standard setting becomes dated very quickly. And therefore, that sort of leads me to conclude that the right approach has to be a principles-based one. I think that there are areas that the AICPA's ED flags. So in particular, the proposals for a broader definition of covered member that goes into the investment chain, which is something I probably share. I think it highlights other things, though, where there can be a threat to independence that comes as a result of common ownership and not narrowly defining the purpose of a vehicle. But it sort of links into that broader thing as well. When you look at quality management in a PE construct, you can't look at quality management just in the context of the attest firm, because all of the resources rely on the non-attest firm. And the ability to be able to divert those resources are influenced to a degree by the topco. So where I am left is that, you know, I see value in there being some further information gathering to see whether there is a gap in the code. I do think the conceptual framework is an effective route to sort of determining that. But I think the options the board may need to look at will be ones that reflect the fact that in different jurisdictions there will be different structures for PE constructs, and one of your early slides shows, you know, there are 4 different potential routes. And you know, we will see things move quickly, and you gave us some examples of things. There was an example in the UK in February where a large or a relatively large collection of accounting firms under one name was seeking a sale from their, and they couldn't get it. So the other thing is that any information gathering work that we do needs to also think about that future proofing element of what's to come. And it may be that we don't need to write lots of stuff, but it may be that we need to point to how the code is applied in these situations. And I think that that is an important public interest sort of consideration for this board to make.
Thank you, Mark. Before we move, let me just react to very quickly to 2 things. One is a slight correction. When you said, and then your standard will be soon outdated, it would be our standard. So just a small detail. Anyway, with respect to the alternative practice structures, I heard you very well, and that's something that we have been discussing internally. It was one of the things that came to our mind immediately, is that, of course, this is a typical local way of doing things, but if we were to do something, we would need to cover any possible ones. So make it much more comprehensive, flexible, etc., because we don't know which kind of alternative practice structures will be created, and we know that creativity in these areas is it is what it is. Once you regulate this type of alternative practice, you will have another one. It's exactly the same thing as in corporate finance and these things where we know that you regulate this one and then you have another one. So this should have to be much more principles based in terms of the structure than just looking at this structure. And these kind of things will appear, I would say, as we discussed this many other times. Again, the AICPA consultation is like an incentive for us to look at a lot of things, not saying that we are going to replicate or whatever we may be doing. Okay, thank you, Mark. John, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a strong view on question 1 in terms of whether we should submit a response to the AICPA. I do believe very strongly that we need to do an information gathering exercise. I'm not sure that's because of what the AICPA has done. I think the reason for the information gathering exercise is because of the fact that the movement of private equity and other third-party ownerships into the professional services firm is a seismic change that IESBA's rules had not considered when they were written. And therefore, I think we have to do an exercise to analyze, well, what does that change to the market mean to our code? I think that's I think it's very clear that AICPA has spent a lot of time thinking about it, and they believe there is a need for some changes. I think it would be rash of this board to not also spend some time thinking about it and come up with our own view using what they've done as a trigger. But so I would very much say yes to number 2, but because of the fact that if we're not doing that, then we're not responding to what's happening in the market.
Thank you very much, John. Nancy, please.
So with respect to the first question, I'm not clear on what our objective would be to provide comment other than to potentially influence the AICPA. And I'm not sure I think that that's the right objective, but if we think that there's something fatal flaws in there, then maybe that's appropriate. But I will say this is a very large exposure draft. We've got 6 weeks between now and the due date. I think to do an effective evaluation of the exposure draft in that time period and develop a comment letter might simply just not be possible. But I think it would be important to understand, like, what are we trying to achieve through doing that? With respect to the second question, absolutely would agree with statements made that I think we do need to be thoughtful in this space. And I think conceptually there's some things that, and I've been on this journey for a little while with AICPA, that have kind of occurred to me is going through this. And first is, and I think Mark articulated this a little bit earlier, I'm not sure that I'm convinced that the form of an organization inherently changes threats to independence, but rather that we need to look where there's threats to independence and make sure that we believe that however organizations are created, that we have effectively created an environment where we are protecting the public interest with respect to those threats. And so I think we need to tackle it that way. I'm also not convinced that the threats are inherently different in a PE investor structure versus other structures. They might be, but I can also see circumstances where there could be certain firm cultures that may take very aggressive stances toward compliance with the code that are in traditional structures. So I don't know that inherently we've seen data yet that would support this notion that there is a heightened threat. I certainly can understand that we would want to identify where there's risks there and respond to those appropriately, but I do think that there's perhaps some effort yet to be made in whether or not those perceptions are actually based on evidence. So I think that's maybe part of the information gathering. I think a couple of statements have been made about that whatever the environment is today will not be the environment 6 months, 2 years, 10 years from now. And so we need to be very thoughtful about whatever we do is really responsive, again, to not just the form of organization, but rather that we are effectively creating standards that work regardless of the form of the organization. Gabriella, your comment about creativity really resonates with me, in that I don't think we want to create a blueprint on how to work around the code, but rather create a principles-based code that works regardless. And I think that is really important. So fully support on item 2 that we would continue to monitor space and do deeper dives into where we think that the risks really lie here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Christelle, please.
So sorry, I answered to the question before, so my purpose is not to do it again. I think what would be interesting, because John said it's a trigger to see that there is change, etc. We identified the trigger last year. We issued a staff alert last year based on, by the way, a preliminary analysis from ICPA, which was of high quality about and triggering our thought about the interpretation, the right interpretation that should be made on the code principle. So what I would be interested in is, does the additional work done by SCPA and now submitted within the exposure draft trigger new element that we did not raise in our staff alert? That would be a first point, not about definition, etc., but in terms of threats and in terms of how we would respond with the code. Did we raise the right threats, or there are not new threats identified? And did we answer the right way, or we should add something? I think it would be interesting because there was a lot of work done last year, and so we are not coming from nowhere.
At all. We have all that very good basis, but that we agree that would be the basis for something else. John, I had the impression that you wanted to say something. No, okay. Rania, please.
Yes, thank you. So actually, I had almost the same comment as Christelle. I wanted to say that I get the sense that we're having this discussion of the AICPA proposal and its potential implications for an information gathering work stream and our code and so on and so forth, while not adequately factoring in the fact that we just recently had this, went through this exercise whereby we concluded that there was no need to have a standard setting project, and that a staff alert would suffice. And so my question is it that, we didn't, what has changed significantly since then, so that, I feel that there's been, we're discussing this as though there have been some major changes since then for us to, consider. It has not yet been a year. I think we issued the staff alert in July of 2025. It hasn't been a year, and now we are reconsidering, and for another information gathering work stream. So it's, I just wanted to point this out, and again, yeah, very much in line with what Christelle has been saying. We really should look back at our, the work that was done, the conclusions, and how we reached those conclusions, and take it from there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Amajit, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So first, let me put some disclaimers on the table. I'm not an expert on the subject, and also I've not read the exposure draft of AICPA. So whatever I say, you can take it with a pinch of salt. So first of all, I think we should draw some satisfaction from the fact that we came out with the staff alert last year. So we were ahead in the game in some sense, so we can draw some satisfaction there. And secondly, the comparison that was shown, that was presented, it was good, but my sense is perhaps it's a little premature. It's not so apt to compare what AICPA has come out with the staff alert that we did. In the sense, we've not got into the standard setting mode here. So is it really apt to compare the two? So that was one doubt I had. On the specific question, whether we need to respond, it will depend on what strategy the board wants to have. If you want to have a global convergence strategy, which David Ray hinted at, if you want, so we are wearing a global hat here. And if we want our global thinking to be reflected in what important jurisdictions are doing, we should respond. And I take Nancy's point, we may not have enough time to respond, but can we send a high-level, principle-based sort of comment, not getting into para by para, but some high-level response perhaps would be in order. On the second question, I think I fully support we should do information gathering. I would add that we should do it fast. We should accelerate, we should step up our game here, because I think there is a trigger here. See, the trigger is that AICPA has come out with some standards revision of their ethics rules and so on. You don't want local bodies to front run, if I may say, the standard setting, right? So perhaps there is a need, and which we've also been talking about. So I'm not saying we need to jump into it right away, but let's definitely engage more on the subject. Let's start gathering more information, but in an accelerated manner, so that, as I said, let global standards not be front run by a local body. I'll just pause with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amarjit. Sadia, please.
So I've been reflecting on that statement that James said, that NAM is not a substitute for standard setting. But if you turn it a bit, it says, when does NAM run out and standard setting is needed? And I think that's what we're dealing with here, in that we've observed that one jurisdiction couldn't rely on non-authoritative material anymore, and they have taken the exposure draft. But from an IESBA perspective, there's two things that we already know for certain. We know that things are changing over time. From the time that our non-authoritative material was issued to other bodies have put out more data that wasn't known at that time. And my understanding is that these relationships are forming in different kinds. The other thing we know is that standard setting takes time, that even if we decide to do a project, it's not like we're going to have an exposure draft by the September meeting. And therefore, I don't think that number 2 requires much effort. I think that we should start a work stream now, because that work stream will allow us to make better informed decisions. Well, the second one was the easier one. The first one, I don't think it's beyond the remit of IESBA to tell AICPA, we've noted that you're the first jurisdiction that has gone into standard setting. We are looking to see what you learn from this process, and to see how this with time is enforced and understood, and stands the test of time on how things are moving at the same time, while they are taking more concrete decisions at this point in time for their jurisdiction, because it's needed. So I wouldn't be opposed of having a high level, is it a formal letter, or is it some kind of communication with AICPA acknowledging that we have seen their exposure draft and we have a similar work stream, is something that would hold us better in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania. Obichukwu, please. Sorry, Sadia, I'm sorry. I was looking at Rania with her badge. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the team for this very insightful presentation. So for question number 1, my own opinion is that I don't think we need to respond to their exposure draft, given that, just like Nancy said, so there'll be no influencing, which might not also be the case. But I feel that as a local, a local standard setter, we can just, we don't need to respond to their exposure draft. Then on point 2, given the subject matter about alternative practice structure and network firm, we already went ahead, and it was good that we went ahead and did our staff alert. And if you look at point number 38 and 39, it clearly addressed the network firm issue. It clearly states, brought in that aspect that the AICPA is trying to address. So let me not take our time to read it out, but it clearly addressed it. So it means that we already foresaw that, and we already addressed it clearly. So, and like what other people have said, since we are principle based, so it's actually our network firm definition is a broader definition of what they are trying to address by the APS, by the APS structures they are talking about. So I think that we should remain alert as we have always been on this private equity investment subject matter, and that is part of the remit of the new of the restructured EIOC committee, the Trends and Risk Committee. So I think that team, that committee can actually continue looking at it as against trying to form an information gathering work stream. It appears more reactive, and given the plan we already have for the period, I don't think that will be, because the question said prioritized. Work stream should be prioritized to assess the need. We already assessed this need ahead, and we brought out that stuff for that. So I think the committee should take it up as part of their measure trends and risks to watch out for. Thank you.
Thank you, Obichukwu. China, please.
So a lot of things have been covered. I think first you have to look at this, that this is a global issue. Yes, AICPA came out first, but is it something that is just restricted to US? I think the answer is no. It's happening all over the world. It's happening in Europe, it's happening in Australia. So it's happening all over the world. Then the issue about rules versus principles based, I mean, ultimately, like, can use convergence. Ultimately, convergence means whether you use rules based or principles based, you should come about the same answer. So, and I believe, like what Luigi said, our code is probably should be read broader. And so maybe ultimately, it might not be that far away. So I think I'm sort of more closer with Amajit, Sadia, and John in that yes to the second one, definitely. And for the first one, I think when I look at the changes that the AICPA is proposing, I mean, they are showing what best practice is, and they're taking doubt away so that people don't behave in different ways when they're operating through these alternative practice structures. And I think that's a good thing. So all the things that they're recommending is a good thing. And so we need to sort of say, okay, does our code cover it? And is there a gap? But there's some work to be done on the analysis. But I think we should put in a high level submission and sort of, maybe even refer to our staff alert, but sort of, put our marker there as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chana. Vanya, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Jen, for the presentation. Very, very good. For question number 2 is, yes, definitely we should follow. And about question number 1, I don't know if you should just ignore the consultation, because I think this topic is something that we have in common. And I remember when we first started discussing private equity, ICPA has kindly come and be there for us to answer our questions. So I don't see that as us trying to influence them, but collaborate and showing them that we are still interested, and in the future, whatever happens, we expect that what the two institutions will be doing will not be conflicting with each other, but as opposed to that, contributing to solve the problem for everyone. So I would consider responding yes.
Thank you, Vanya. And finally, Hector, not finally, but Hector.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the second question we should go ahead. I like what Christelle suggested in terms that we look at our staff alert and see where there are any need for complementing what is there. If we see from the IESBA document maybe something we didn't notice, we need to add. I like that approach, and I agree with the need to step up the pace. If we have the capacity to do it, I know that we are all, the staff is working on a number of fronts at the same time. With respect to number one, my initial reaction was to say no. There's echo for some reason. My initial reaction was to say maybe we don't need to respond, but it would make sense if we come up with a response that could highlight any areas of divergence from what they're doing with the code, if there is or something that we disagree with. But it seems to me, that they are ahead of us in terms of analyzing these risks. They have been doing, we use their work on our own analysis. So I would be worried. I have doubts, what are we going to respond? Do we have a position on each and every one of those topics? Or we should say, looking at our code, what you're proposing is aligned, seems like a good practice at a very high level. I'm not sure how to answer.
Hi, thank you very much, Hector. Sungnam, please.
I echo all the comments our members already made. On first one, I believe it's very detailed and technical, really complicated to digest all the details between the code, our code, and the ED. So even though we submit our comments, we may not be able to touch all the details of differences or any directions. So I agree that we do not submit, or if we decide to submit, it will be high level, principle based. And second thing, there's no reason why we do not hesitate, why we hesitate to take an action to gather information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sungnam. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So for the first one, yeah, so maybe it's good to provide response if it's just acknowledgement and high level, but we have to be careful that that doesn't restrict our further action as IESBA, and also not to be recognized that we admitted or accepted or the ED. That's the first one. The second one, yes, I think the PI matter itself needs to be prioritized. But this, as the staff alert has explained, this matter has not only the independence issue, but also, of course, the culture and governance issue, as well as about the short-term profit issue and such kind of things. So if the proposal is to really focus on a revision to just the structure, I think we should look into the other issues around PEI as well. So I think we should make the change not only for the structure, but all the things that we raised in the staff alert. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. So if I read it you well, you would finish this question with for views as to whether, in light of the AICPA proposals, and IESBA information gathering work stream should be prioritized. and not focus on the alternative practice structure. Okay, so I think it's we still have Obi Chukwu. Do you want to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. So I just want to make a clarification on what I said, because I just went back to read the staff alert and I saw two sentences that. So I just want to clarify that maybe there's a gap in that in the staff alert, because that point 39 I was speaking to, I just read it again. So just to, and it said the code also makes it clear that it is not necessary for an entity to be a firm, for it to be a network firm. Then he went ahead to say, if a portfolio company is not in the business of providing professional services, it is unlikely to be a network firm. So, so I just wanted to point out that maybe there's actually like a little gap there. So so we should be, maybe we have to think around that under point number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think this exhausts the comments. I would just like to, before I hand over to Tom to see if Tom has anything, I'd like just to ask Jean and Ken if you want to react, to respond. There were some questions. Anything on your side, or should we take all these for consideration, including the questions, which sometimes are the start of a response, and reflect on all this? So, Ken?
Yeah, I'll just try to respond briefly, just also recognizing the time and we're over time. First of all, on question 1, I think it would be good for the staff team to have a clear sense from the board as to essentially the staff team developing a high-level response to the AICPA exposure draft, not clearly going into all the technical details, because this is not going to be feasible, at least within the time frame for the exposure draft comment period. But if the board is comfortable that we would explore developing a high-level response, clearly acknowledging the good work the IESBA has done, inviting collaboration, et cetera, if the board is comfortable with that, certainly we can advance that and come back to the board with a draft of that response. Secondly, there have been a number of questions around whether the staff alert that was issued last July is comprehensive. That was not, at the time the staff developed the staff alert, there was no intent at all for this document to be the final say on the issues that are arising in the context of private equity investment. This was intended only, the document, the staff alert was intended only to raise awareness of stakeholders and importantly for the firms themselves that are involved in private equity investment, to recognize and be cognizant of the relevant provisions in the code that we were in effect asking the firms to consider. But there was no work done in the development of the staff alert in analyzing the implications of the different, let's say, structures or models that might be coming to practice or in reality in terms of the private equity investment. I think what needs to be done, at least at the staff level, is to understand to what extent the type of alternative practice structure that the AICPA exposure addresses, meaning to say an attest firm that is separated from a non-attest entity, to what extent that kind of structure is utilized or is replicated in other jurisdictions around the world, and therefore is not a jurisdiction-specific issue. Because if that approach is taken broadly speaking around the world, then this may suggest or indicate to the board that this is a global, it's a global phenomenon, if you will, it's a global trend. And there is essentially consistency in terms of how those private equity investments are being executed, let's say, through the relevant transactions in the different jurisdictions. So there's a bit of research to be done there. But all to say is, and I think the chair kind of mentioned it in her earlier remarks, that the staff alert wasn't intended to be the final say. It was, if anything, merely an initial response by this board so that at least there was going to be something in the market to really put stakeholders on notice that it is important to have regard to the provisions in the code, especially for the firms themselves as they consider and as they get enter into those private equity transactions. But all the comments, I think, are good comments that the staff team will take on board. And importantly, the suggestion to consider what was addressed in the staff alert in terms of the issues, and whether those matters that were addressed in the staff alert are considered and addressed in the IESBA exposure draft, or whether there are matters or issues that are addressed in the exposure draft issued by IESBA that are not addressed in the staff alert.
Thank you very much, Ken. Yes, please, very briefly, Christelle, we are very late.
Very briefly, my conviction is that the first step we had with ACPA early last year, I think, even if it was not the same vocabulary, it was the same scheme, attest, non-attest. And this triggered some issues to us. And this is why we issued the staff alert, because we saw that there were, in substance, threats that had to be taken on board. So I think in the question of separating attest, non-attest, having attest firm without employees and the non-attest world servicing the attest, all this was in the first types of scheme that ACPA had presented to us, which was a huge step in understanding the issues and led to a staff alert. But I understand what you say about the fact that it was a high-level alert and not an analysis of scheme.
Thank you very much, Christelle. And I'll now hand over to Tom.
Thank you very much. I would like to be very, very brief, and I would like to echo Ken's comments. From the public interest perspective, what we think that or formulate is a little bit similar to the David's formulation. Is we have to evaluate the impact on the global consistent application of the code as a global baseline. It means that we have to see when we see the incident, is it a local one or jurisdiction one, like the non-attest and the test? That's sort of the evaluation that have to be made before going forward. But at the same time, it's your responsibility to keep the consistent application of the code itself. Is this board's very important responsibility. That's what I would like.
Thank you so much, Tom. Well, I'll try to, but correct me, please, wrap up this conversation and take some conclusions. So on the response to the possible response to AICPA consultation, what I take from the board's response is that, well, there are no very strong feelings in one direction or the other, but still some board members mentioned the possibility of coming with a high-level response, as Ken mentioned. And if the board is comfortable with that, I think that we should at least try. Then we can look at the response and say, well, it's irrelevant, so it's not just sending it, or it's too much, or whatever. What I'd like from the start to make clear is that because we don't have time, and because probably we shouldn't do it, it would never be intended to be a very detailed technical answer to all the proposals that ICPA is making. This is not the objective, or that would not be the objective. It's more a position response. We are positioning ourselves towards or in front of something that it's happening, and as China said, of course, it's the US, but it's the first time that someone is doing this, and it's a topic which has global impact. So it would be more something about a position communication to IACPA, or we could, as someone proposed, I don't know who it was, make just a public communication and not a response, but I think it ends up being the same. So I think that it's better to follow the process. So if the board is not uncomfortable or is comfortable with this, we can try and see if we can come up with something which is useful, relevant in terms of position, in terms of helping creating some kind of consistency without going into the details of the public consultation, because part of it must be, well, it's not for us to do it at this point in time. So this would be the first conclusion. The second one, there was a large agreement around the need to start something, to start a work stream to gather information and see where we go from there. So that I take as an agreement, and that we should move forward with that. What this is going to be, we can't say at this point in time. The fact that we had the staff alert, as Ken said, and I mentioned it as well, should not at all preclude further work in this on this topic. And I think that every time we spoke about the staff alert, we said the same thing. This is a first attempt to do something. If you go to the initial slides in this presentation, slide number, I don't know what, 10, I think, which shows the risks that have been identified and the opportunities. I think that the staff alert is still on the risks, but it's missing what we as a board may need to do, which is to make sure that the risks are addressed. What we did with the staff alert was, look, these risks are there, so you should do your best to be aware of them and take things right. This is probably the second phase of the work, which is, okay, we know which risks we have. Let's see if we need to do something as a global board to help address these risks properly. And with this, I think that we are set and we have an agreement to start doing some work. I agree with those who said, well, it should not be limited to these alternative practice structures, can be about other things as well, and not focus specifically on this kind of practice. So as you know, we have been speaking with people in different jurisdictions and from different backgrounds. And there is a lot of work, for instance, that some regulators are already doing. But because they are regulators, some of them, most of them, and probably Mark will say the same, they have a framework which capture these realities, but there are regulators who are already including all this in their supervisory remit and taking action without changing the regulations or whatever. And we can maybe in June, I don't know, bring something here to the board. I'd like to have a presentation or something like that. We won't have much time, but that's the reality. We could not say everything that we have been seeing all over the world, but there are very interesting initiatives which may impact also the work of this work stream, and we need to gather all this information. So all in all, I think that we will try to submit to the board a proposal of a high-level response to AICPA, first thing, and secondly, start immediately, because I think this was also the message, sooner than later, very rapidly, a work stream to gather the necessary information, identify the independent threats as Mark and Luigi mentioned, and take a robust, decide on a robust path to address these risks and see what we need to do. Is this the right conclusion? Is there anyone disagreeing with anything or wanting to correct something? Does the staff team have the necessary guidance for the next steps?
Maybe I'll respond on behalf of Jeanne.
She's already prepared.
Yeah, no, Jeanne is already on her way to the research. We will come, we will debrief at the staff level and put together a timeline for this work and the information gathering. We've heard already some messages around the board table here about the need for speed to try to come to the board with the analysis, etc. But importantly, I think it would be useful for the staff team to have maybe 2 or 3 board members as advisors as we pursue the consideration of the technical issues and so forth, and as we do the analysis as part of the information gathering. So that would be very useful.
Yes, if we're starting a new work stream, I think that we will need to have sooner or later, some board advisors like we do for all the other projects. So we'll also think about it, and as soon as possible, see if we can start working on a structured basis, right?
And
Okay.
as we're closing off this item here, maybe this is an opportunity for basically call for expressions of interest from any board member who would be interested in collaborating and advising the staff team. If any one of you would be interested in.
Well, I think, Ken, that we can't go too fast because I suspect that we will have 16 expressions of interest. So I think this is so maybe 17. Yeah, maybe I will volunteer as well. No, we are only 16 now, but maybe there will be someone from somewhere. IESB, yes, we may have an IESB candidate as well. So this needs to be carefully addressed because, of course, expressions of interest are very welcome, but with this caveat that not everyone can be a board advisor in this project. So we'll need to make decisions, okay? Thank you, Ken. Thank you, everyone, for this very good discussion. So we are half an hour late, which is a lot. We were supposed to restart at 2:30. Let's do 2:45. No, not 2:30. No, sorry, 1:30. Let's start at 1:40.
Yeah, 1:45. I'm conscious there are a couple of working groups that are meeting over
Okay,
lunch.
So
We have saved, in fact, yesterday on the terms of reference for EIOC, essentially the board was in agreement with the revised terms of reference, so we're not bringing this back.
So let's start at 2.
So we can basically allow 1 hour for the board for the lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this very good discussion. Okay, I think that we are all here now. Thank you very much for coming back on time. In this last part of the today's meeting, we will receive a presentation on the risks and trends, risks and opportunities exercise that has been proposed to the board members and to the staff. Once again, thank you very much to all of you who responded. You will see the numbers, but I think that almost all board members responded. And as I had the opportunity to mention yesterday, it's very important to have the views and the insights of this board and this staff, because you're the ones who are closer to the topics. So if anything, despite the fact that we have other sources of information, your perceptions are, of course, of utmost importance. So going forward, we will keep on repeating, in principle, this exercise, because it's what's going to be used together with other considerations to continuously adjust our strategy, our priorities, our work plans, and etc. Yes, Rui is going to present the results of this survey, and we will discuss what these results mean and any action points that we may need to take out of these outcomes and this conversation. Rui, so we have Rui, Carla, and Joanne with us. Rui, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So hello, good afternoon. So first of all, thank you very much for the answers to the survey. We have been asking you a bit, few requests on survey on answering to surveys. So it's for us to feel a bit the same burden that our stakeholders feel when we ask them to fill our own surveys. So no, really, thank you very much. What I'll present next first, maybe. So the exercise on the other survey that I was mentioning, and tomorrow we'll have the results. In general, the board appreciated the idea of having done this exercise in 2025. So we decided to do it again this year. Two changes maybe here from last year. One is that we have this additional slide. We screened around 20 reports from that looked at, let's say, foresight perspectives, trends for 2026. Some were more focused on the regulatory side. Some were more focused on geopolitical and economic expected movements over the years. Some were more focused on specific accounting and audit trends. And we tried to define what could be plausible, let's say, risks and opportunities for IESBA, and of course our own work plan and the discussions that we have, so that we could come with plausible risks and opportunities that we then fed into the survey. And as you'll see later, what we'll present is as last year, top risks and opportunities, but also given that we consider that they were all plausible, what the board and the staff consider to be the less pressing opportunities and risks, which also can help to guide the discussion. So as I was saying, this first slide is a bit of a new addition compared to last year, and a last slide on possible implications also. On this one, going very quickly over this, I would say that from last year to this year, what we found when looking at what was the world around us is that we are less discussing now this idea of a temporary turbulence, but really moved into a world where turbulence and fragmentation is more or less given, or seen as a given, at least in the foreseeable future. So it's much more about managing this and positioning ourselves into this in a more, I wouldn't say permanent, but more, let's say, constant, let's say, approach to this than rather just managing change or disruption at the specific point in time. AI, as it has been clear from our discussions, has really moved from this idea of innovation, everyone trying to use it, to really people are already using it in such a scale that we are now moving into the challenges of actually having the governance mechanisms to this. And this, of course, connects a lot to the discussions that we've been having, namely on the technology work stream. Climate change, of course, diminished a bit in its relevance, and geopolitics, technology, and economic pressures really moved a bit higher on the agenda. And economic stress, financial shifts kind of deepen a bit some of the potential risks, structural risks within our, let's say, economic financial system, which may have impacts for the accounting profession. Regarding very broad overview of what we had, so as last year, 6 dimensions following the PESTEL approach, so political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal risks or opportunities to IESBA. The respondents, we had 15 out of 16 board members that answered the survey, 6 out of 14 staff members who received the survey answered to it. Very high level results in terms of opportunities. Again, as last year, the board a bit more, so both board and staff a bit less optimistic than, so board a bit less optimistic, as valuing intensity a bit lower this year in terms of opportunities, and also valuing the risks a bit higher. It is what it is, but in terms of average, in terms of, I was seeing it here on in terms of average results, that's what we get here. As regards PESTEL dimensions, you've got the presentation. I will not spend too much time here, but environment as the biggest risk, political and social as biggest opportunities, and the environment is really the feeling that the sustainability agenda is much less, let's say, the sustainability agenda and the implications it has, namely on fragmentation. I would see that is being classified as a kind of one of the highest risks that we are seeing for us as a global board. One interesting point here is that although or given the difficulties that or the risks that we do see ahead, the board tends to classify in only one dimension where the risks, let's say the intensity of the risks classified as higher as the intensity of the opportunities. So as someone once said, we should never lose the opportunity of a crisis to make changes to the way we approach problems. In terms of staff, a bit more pessimistic. So 4 out of the 6 dimensions offer higher risks than opportunities on the answers that we received. So given the overview, I will then move forward to what we classified as less relevant risks. What you see there as highlighted in blue are dimensions that were both considered under of the lower 5 relevant risks, the ones you see in blue were classified as such both by the board and the staff. So that's what the blue means. And that also guides us a bit on the let's say the very high level conclusion that we've put there. That is talent and capacity constraints in the industry are, I would say again, and this connects to what I was saying in the beginning. It's not, at least in my interpretation, that we are not saying that these are not risks. As I say, all were plausible risks and opportunities among the 18 risks and the 50 and the 17 opportunities that we highlighted there. It's just that given this group of risks and opportunities, they were classified as a bit lower in terms of intensity. So yeah, as you've seen, by the way, the intensity of both risks and opportunities is classified relatively high in the answers. That's also explains a bit this idea of, let's say, the plausibility is there. It's just that we are considering them a bit lower, a bit less relevant than other risks. So talent and capacity constraints in the industry, regulatory resistance, and the use of tech and sustainability were kind of classified as probably less relevant in terms of risks. Lower level opportunities. Again, with this caveat, it's not that we do not consider that there are opportunities here. That's not the interpretation I would do at least from this data. It's just that because the classification is a bit less higher than in other cases. So climate risk, market volatility, and stricter supervision as ways, let's say, of creating the opportunity or the need for IESBA, for a feeling of need of IESBA intervention or the IESBA work was classified a bit lower in terms of opportunities by the board and the staff, as you can see here. On the top risks, which I think probably is what we would be more interested in. So technology governance gaps. This stems very clearly from the evaluation. Fragmentation in general. Sustainability is kind of the flagship of that risk. I would say I wouldn't call it solely, at least from what we got here on the. I wouldn't call it solely on. I wouldn't focus it solely on sustainability, and also IESBA's ability to shape implementation of its standards. And now here, it's not only again sustainability, but I would say that some of the projects that we've been working on, the challenges that they pose, I would say that also kind of highlights some anticipation of possible future risks in terms of the ability to ensure a wide adoption. And when I'm mentioning this, this connects to this idea of perception of the mandate, and so links directly to the CFO project and the breadth, let's say, of how wide can we ensure the adoption of the principles, but also maybe a bit on firm culture and governance. This on top risks. Then on top opportunities, global ethics standards as a tool to manage technology and AI, I would say geopolitical and fragmentation risks. I would take this as probably the main conclusion when looking at this. Of course, this is always a bit subjective, but I would see here as this idea that given the level of uncertainty, volatility that we are observing, the level of rapid change in several areas, given drivers, the idea of global ethics standards, so a tool to harmonize, try to contribute to less fragmentation, try to improve tools to manage these risks, seems to let's say, gain the prominence here when looking at the results. So these were the main results. What we tried to do next were just and try maybe to invite for the discussion was some possible implications of the exercise. Of course, the exercise, I think, as we've discussed, is not in itself. I think it has the value of kind of hopefully offer a good, let's say, description of what are in fact the main trends and risks around us, and then a bit of the alignment between the board on what we consider it is more relevant to us, and then of course from that would follow possible implications on our work. And this is just an attempt to share some of the thoughts on this and maybe invite for discussion. One is of course the this idea that in a more fragmented and volatile world, consistent global ethics framework may even become more valuable as a stabilization and resilience tool. This, of course, has implications for several projects that we are working on. Elevate AI and technology on the core agenda, which...
I'm sorry, I think that you have a slide about it.
I have, sorry. Elevate AI and technology on the core agenda, which in some way we are already doing. Strengthen regional engagement and adoption efforts, which I would say in some sense we are also already doing. And this is of course particularly relevant in the context of a fragmented world, right? Because then adoption is less of a given or more challenging. And lean a bit on the public interest narrative in the current context of imbalances and polarization, which at some point will, with, I would say, relatively high likelihood, create disruptions, both financial, economic, and social in different regions. And so there's maybe something that we as a global organization and a leading voice in the ethics landscape can probably offer. So this was basically the presentation. Again, thank you for the time and for the answers, and pass it on to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rui. And again, thank you for all those who made this exercise and these conclusions possible. And I'd like to invite the board to share what this results of this survey bring to each one of you, or to some of you, in terms of how it may impact our priorities, resource allocation, concerns, direction, etc. There were some ideas about the areas that might be particularly impacted or not by these results. But of course, I'd like to hear from the board what this brings to you and if there is anything that we should be thinking about. In this reflection, of course, this exercise takes place in a specific context as always, but the context is a context of, on the one hand, as Rui mentioned, uncertainty, volatility, things changing, and etc. But as a very specific context for the IESBA as well, where, as we have been mentioning this week very, very frequently, we are taking on us the responsibility or the whatever you want to call it, of developing work in some new areas, completely new areas, and some of them with different characteristics and covering subjects which were unexplored before. And this, of course, as always, newness and change brings some concerns, brings some misunderstandings sometimes, and needs to requires us to be very focused and to have very clear why we are doing things and why we think that what we are doing is important. And possibly this exercise and its results contribute to this conversation. So it would be good to hear from you. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the one thing that really sticks out for me or resonates with me quite strongly, and we're seeing it in some of the outreach we're doing through the CFO project and others, is this concept of public interest. Because I think what we're hearing certainly from different contexts is the definition of public interest is one that many struggle with, and they don't know actually what it means. And I know we've talked about it before as a board around the difficulty of definitions, but somehow there's something we haven't, in my view and what I'm hearing, we haven't quite landed yet on what public interest means, and then therefore why the work that the board is doing is actually really critical to establishing, whether we call it a global baseline or just elevating the profession, etc. So I think on the slide that Rui has left up on the possible implications, I think that last point is one that I think we would benefit from as a board to have a conversation again and talk a little bit more about, can we come up ourselves, even if we don't put it in the code, can we agree ourselves around what that would be, and then how that might manifest in the various conversations that we have, so that perhaps we reduce that confusion outside of the board, and we can increase, I think, more of the perceived value, because at the moment, sometimes the value is not well understood outside of the board. Perhaps there's something we can do there to really lean into that more heavily. And I think we could start to change things in ways that might be surprising, actually. So I just wanted to provide that feedback. It's not the first time I've heard it. I've heard it a few times now. And I think somehow there's an opportunity for communication, for clarity that might be beneficial.
Thank you, David. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding David's comment about public interest, so I think that means IESBA should work for public interest, not for the PA's interest is one meaning that this has, but there's things that IESBA, clearly there is things that IESBA can do and can't do, and if it's even if it's for the public interest, if it's beyond the IESBA's remit or too much for IESBA to do, then we should reconsider whether we should do that. So if we articulate this clearly, we should consider by the expectation of the public interest against IESBA. So I think we should be mindful of that. Of course, that's not everything that we should do, but what is the public interest expectation is a good way to consider when considering what to do next or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. Obichuku, please. Oh, I lost her. She was there. Obichuku.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So this is a very good exercise, the risks and opportunities. And I appreciate this slide on possible implications. So what jumps out for me is the reinforce the IESBA global baseline rule and lean into the public interest narratives. So these are both risks and opportunities. And I'm happy that we are, these are also our value propositions, which we need to really embrace, like we're already doing, to reinforce the IESBA global baseline rule. So this means that we need to be more visibility in different jurisdictions. Like for example, the webinar we had in Nigeria, and that was really attended 7,000 plus people, and the announcement was just made one day, a day to the event, evening to the event, and we got that large turnout. So there's actually a need of a global presence, as in different jurisdictions. So it's both an opportunity and a risk, because if we don't push our visibility as a global baseline provider, there tends to be more collaborations with different other standard setters that might cause the fragmentation. So I believe it's a value proposition for us to strengthen our visibility in other jurisdictions that are underserved. And also to lean into the public interest narrative, like what David said, that the issue of public interest is yet to be, is not well appreciated as it is or understood, especially in the public sector. That's a very high value proposition we have there for the professional accountants in business in the public sector. So we should also push our visibility and our code to that sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Obichuku. Chana, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So firstly, thank you for Rui for all the environmental scan. I like it really with the PESTEL framework applied, because then you can sort of, get a good picture of what's happening around the world. And I think at the moment, it's clear the geopolitical narrative is taking its right in the center of it. Couple of times, I think, during this week, we have heard about public interest and the difficulty in defining it. So it has been defined. There's IFAC policy paper from 2012. So the definition of public interest, IFAC defines the public interest as the net benefits derived for and procedural rigor employed on behalf of all society in relation to any action, decision, or policy. And then there's a whole paper on it. And if I recall properly, the couple of people worked on this for a couple of years before putting 3 years. Ken reminds me 3 years. So let's not go down somewhere. I think maybe we should look at this paper again and see what's in it, and then see whether we can use it for our projects. Ken, you might know more about this.
No, absolutely. Well, first of all, this board, and maybe that's what you are alluding to, David, early in your comments, about a dozen years ago, around 2012, 2013, and I can share the board paper with this board, just if you're interested. This board discussed precisely this topic of what does it mean, this provision in the code that refers to the profession's responsibility to act in the public interest. This board spent a lot of time debating this topic. Around that same time, IFAC issued this policy paper. It was a huge investment of resources by IFAC to come up with this two-line definition, which basically went nowhere, right? So it is what it amounted to. I mean, you can read it again. I mean, I've got it in front of me. In fact, I was gonna just flag it to the board. All it says is IFAC defines the public interest as the net benefits and procedural rigor employed on behalf of all society in relation to any action, decision, or policy. That is how IFAC defined it, and it was a result of 3 years of intense research, outreach, and debate with stakeholders all across the spectrum. But more importantly, I wanted to draw the board's attention to the fact that there are already a set of provisions in the code that elaborate a bit on this concept of what it means to act in the public interest, and that is in section 100. So if I were to read it, first of all, what the code says is in paragraph 100.6A1, upholding the fundamental principles and compliance with the specific requirements of the code enable professional accountants to meet the responsibility to act in the public interest. To give you one example, the no-clause standard elaborates on what it means to act in the public interest in the context of no-clause. In other words, you as a professional accountant, you might find yourself facing a situation of no-clause. What do you do if your employer or your client has not responded? This is what the standard deals with. You might say, well, under the code, I have a duty of confidentiality, and therefore that's, I'm pretty much stopped dead in my tracks. So I cannot even raise the issue outside of the client or outside of my employing organization. Well, what the standard says is under your responsibility to act in the public interest, you as the professional accountant, you have an obligation to make an assessment, to evaluate whether there is credible evidence of substantial harm to stakeholders. And the standard elaborates on stakeholders, its creditors, its investors, its wider public, etc. So there is guidance already as to what it means to act in the public interest in the context of no-clause. And what paragraph 100.6A1 says is, if you comply with the code, including the no-clause standard, you would meet your responsibility to act in the public interest. So the code already provides that guidance. But in addition to paragraph 100.6A1, there are additional provisions in section 100 that elaborates further on what it means to act in the public interest. So just to give another example, in paragraph 100.6A4, the code says, in acting in the public interest, a professional accountant considers not only the preferences or requirements of an individual client or employing organization, but also the interests of other stakeholders when performing professional activities. In other words, your lens as a professional accountant is not just confined to your employing organization or to the particular needs of your client that you're servicing, but you have to have regard to the wider environment, to stakeholders that might be impacted by whatever activity you're performing, or your client or employing organization might be involved in. So, and these are just a couple of examples, but there are at least 5 or 6 provisions in the code in section 100 that speaks to that. And I mean, it's for this board to have a discussion as to, David's suggestion as to whether a wider discussion would be useful and valuable to have.
Thank you very much, all of you, of course, but Ken and Chana for bringing this information to the board, which is very helpful. David, do you want to speak again? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So I would say, with the utmost respect to all of the work that's been done, it's not clearly understood. So I think, we may have written it in a way that just isn't being internalized, and that's the feedback I'm hearing. And that's what I would encourage us to have a conversation about, is to say, can we work with the communications team to come up with a narrative that then becomes very consistent across the board, but in a way that's understood. So I just wanted to share that view. It's not that I'm doubting what's in the code. I am familiar with what's in the code, but it's not being internalized. So somehow we're missing a trick is the feedback I wanted to provide.
Maybe it's also about the fact that we are working with different stakeholders now, with a different audience, which is less familiar with the language and with the motivation and with the history and etc. That makes it a little bit more difficult. I think that defining the public interest is always risky. But we may have at least a notion of which are the elements. It's very easy to say that we are doing something in the public interest, or that we are not doing something in the public interest. So I think it's more a challenge for us to, each time we face this challenge, to make very clear what's the public interest that is driving a certain project, a certain direction, a certain decision, and use these arguments consistently as we go out in a very clear and simple way. And this is again, not again, but it's also a communication risk or opportunity to make things better understood. Mark, please.
Thank you. So 2 points, really. Firstly, I think the work on risk that's come out of the survey is perhaps really helpful in this respect, because it says, well, you know, what is the threat posed to the public interest by the riskiest items, and should we use that to consider whether or not it requires a response? On this idea of explaining, defining, updating, whatever the public interest, I wouldn't go there, not in a million years, because the public interest is always by reference to the situation you find yourself in. So all of these risks and all of these opportunities indirectly change what is and what is not in the public interest. And, you know, lots of people have done heroic sort of efforts to try and define this. And Ken talked about, 3 years. Spent 2 years working with a monitoring group, and I've got a paper written in 2018 here about what is public interest. And the paper was really good, because what it did is it made everyone involved realize that they didn't agree what the public interest was. So the public interest is a sort of reference point, and it's a reference point that is determined largely by the situation you find yourself in. And in a volatile world, things that are public interest, not public interest, may bounce around and change quite quickly. But every time someone tries to sharpen it, they fail. And so therefore, I think this is an extremely helpful exercise in helping us identify threats to the public interest and how to consider responding to those through the code. But it's not about trying to come up with a clearer, better, sharper definition, because you won't.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think this is what I was trying to say, but you said it in a much better way, which is each project and each circumstance will take us and require us to define what the public interest means in each circumstance. Of course, we can also always come up with some elements which will always be there. Collective interest or society or the long-term interest, obviously, and trust and these things, they are all part of the public interest, but then they will materialize differently, I would say, depending on what we are speaking about and depending on the circumstances. But this is a good conversation for us to take take attention or pay attention to the fact that we probably need to refine it every time we go out with something or we are starting a new project or whatever. The PIB has been urging us systematically to do it and to refine this articulation of the public interest underneath each project and initiative. And it's probably something where we can do a little bit better. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what you were saying and Mark mentioned in the sense that this is like fiduciary duties. It's something that you have to do given the specific circumstance in which you are. And it's not something that you can define for every circumstance. You have to be there to understand what is the expectation or what should be in the public interest. So probably defining it is not the way, but reinforcing the need to act in the public interest is something that it's something that we could do, especially when we are dealing with constituencies that do not have a PA formation or training to have the public interest front and center. Other assurance providers, consultants and firms, and other professionals. So maybe there is something in line with what David needs for having the concept of public interest front and center that we could do in the sense of reinforcing that the role involves thinking about the public interest without having to define it.
Right. Thank you, Hector. David, I think you're not yet satisfied, but I think that this is the start of a possible good conversation and reflection about how we can deal with that difficulty that you have been facing, mostly with the CFO project, when people say, I don't know exactly what public interest means and what it means to act in the public interest, or how can I know if I'm acting in the public interest or not, and things like that. We can just go as far as we can, and clearly I think that trying to define it ourselves would be very risky, and probably would prove to be short very quickly, but we can do something to try to mitigate or address that difficulty that you have been identifying, that you have been recurrently mentioning here with the board, which is important, because if there is a problem, we need to admit that there is a problem, and I need to face it. And clearly, it's not probably in the public interest to start a project to define what the public interest is. Christelle, please.
Would any reference to the public interest framework help? Saying that when we go into a project, we analyze to what extent we answer to the different subject matters of the PIF. No, we've done that for the latest project that I was associated to. So it helps stay. It is not an absolute value. It's not a thing that is constant, but we have elements to evaluate depending on what we're talking about. Maybe in the case of the CFO project, when it is clarified what we are proposing, where we are proposing to go, we should assess this to the PIF and help support the communication on that.
Yes, but I think that there are two different dimensions here. One of them is the public interest behind the project, and there clearly we can and should and must use the PIF framework. A different thing is when you tell people, well, when in face of an ethical dilemma, you should choose to act in the public interest, and there I think it's where the problems begin, because our stakeholders who have been complaining, they are not that much concerned about if we define the public interest for the project itself. Well, some of them are actually, but some of them are. But I think that's the difficulty that David, I suspect it's more about the individual people deciding, am I acting in the public interest or not? And what does it mean? So we have different dimensions here, and all of them very relevant and important. John, please.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a very different reflection when I look at that slide and when I think about the presentation that Rui just gave. And it's the first bullet on there, reinforcing the IESBA global baseline role. Yeah, I was looking at that and I was thinking about, well, how, what does that mean? And then I was reflecting on the conversation that we had from the adoption and implementation group about the member obligations and which firm or which territories have adopted fully or not. And it feels to me as though there's something there about if we truly want and believe that IESBA is the global baseline, what are we going to be doing how do we reinforce that? How do we increase the pressure on adoption? And I don't know what the answer is there, but that's the standout from this for me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, John. And to be frank, I was waiting for this discussion around the public interest to finish, to move into a similar direction, because, of course, this public interest topic is, as we see, extremely relevant. And David, thank you for bringing it, and that's what we are here for. But I think that there are some elements in this presentation which probably justify us thinking about other things. And one of them was exactly something which is not absolutely clear, does not come immediately clear, but maybe yes, from the risks presentation. If you can, we move to slide 7, for instance, and it's just an example. Go back to slide 7. What we have on slide 7 is, for instance, social risks. An expectation gap. Adoption without robust implementation, support, and enforcement weakens perceived effectiveness. And this takes me to think that each one of these risks and opportunities, and we tried to give us some drivers, have some expression or consequences or impacts in some of the projects or working groups or the things that we are doing. The perception that adoption without robust implementation is a risk. Does it mean anything for us? It's the second most, or it's one of the top risks mentioned in this presentation. What does it bring us? Probably, of course, we know that we are doing it, but if we are to think about priorities, resources, and etc., we should not, at least, given this conclusion, lower the efforts that we are making in trying to provide support to implementation. And I think each one of these risks and opportunities should translate in our mind in something concrete in terms of the priorities, in terms of the impacts that it has in our work, etc. Another example, for instance, in the top risks, we have sustainability fatigue, for instance, from the board and the staff, anti-ESG and deregulation backlash, sustainability fatigue, etc. And we are making decisions, or will be soon making decisions about what to do with Part 4B. What does this mean? Does it mean that we should do something by any means? Does it mean that it adds to the perception that we got yesterday from the very preliminary information that we got, that probably we need to wait and see and look for a better opportunity or whatever to do it. So I don't want to continue, but I just, if not here, afterwards, I would like the board to think about what, not all of these risks and opportunities, but at least some of them may bring us in terms of how we look at each one of the projects, the priorities, and our future strategy and work plan. Because look, by the end of this year, we will be not finalizing, but we will be working more intensively on launching a consultation about the IESBA strategy and work plan for 28-32. And this kind of conclusions maybe will impact our thinking. So just general thought and for the board to consider. Mark, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. I think that prompts a really useful thought, and that is one of the things that comes out of this survey is volatility and increased volatility and the difficulty of things. And so we may need to be more responsive to address the threat to the public interest. Equally, where we are doing things and the public interest threat or risk goes away, we need to close things quicker. And you know, we have got quite a good example with the discussion the board had yesterday over Part 4B. You know, we've gathered evidence, we've put that together. To my mind, if we address some of these bigger priorities, we need to stop addressing something that I think a number of colleagues agreed had ceased to be a priority. So I do think we also need to think about how we deal with that, because our pieces are moving a lot quicker And so therefore, if we're going to be more responsive, we also need to kill things off when they're no longer relevant.
Well, Mark, kill is a very strong word. But yeah, well, sometimes we may need to park a few things or to wait for a better opportunity, but let's not kill ourselves. Yes, but I fully agree with you, Mark. This is also an exercise that we need to make, thinking about what is not in the public interest to do and what is not in the public interest to say or to have or to maintain or whatever. So we need to be ready to, lower to take things out of our backpack as we walk. And that's something that the hikers know that sometimes we need to do. Leave the sardines out of the backpack along the way to be able to continue. So, but going a little, if I may, going a little bit higher or at a higher level, more broadly, we heard, and I think it was the initial part of this presentation about volatility, uncertainty, ethics matters even most. This is something that we have been repeating since the discussion that we had in June last year. And very, very candidly, we, and some of you, for instance, John was not here, but we had a very candid conversation around the idea that in this changing world, where sustainability seems not to matter anymore, competitiveness, profitability, etc. How does ethics stand and look like in this environment? Are we still relevant? Do we still matter and have a mission? And the conclusion from this board, based in a similar exercise that we did last year in June, I think the conclusion was exactly that in this context, it matters even most. Even if it's not evident to everyone, it matters even most. And I will not stop repeating this. This was the conclusion of this board. This is my very, very deep conviction as chair of this board. And it's not because we are the ethics board that we have this conviction. It's because we went across the many possible perspectives, visions, and etc. And this was a very clear conclusion. Now, I don't think it changed. I think that the challenges, if anything, they increased for us, and that just makes our role increasingly important. But if there is this volatility, if there is an uncertainty, and this political backlash, deregulation, focus on competitiveness, focus on profit, and etc., this must be very clear in our mind as we go, because we need to make sure that at all time, I would say, in face of this risk, we need to make sure that we make the right decisions to be sure that the ethics board is doing the right thing to face this context, to navigate this context and sail this boat to a safe harbor. So I think that it's not about one specific risk, but it's everywhere. I mean, this is something that we have been seeing everywhere. And let's be very clear, there are risks for us. In this context, it's very easy and can be very quick to say, no, that's not what the world is interested. So let's park it. Well, I will not use the word kill, but let's park it. Let's kill. And if the conviction is there, and it was there in June, and I think if I can read the mind of the board members and the staff and many others around us, by the way, because there is many people with whom we engage in many parts of the world, and it is not my conviction that there is a general perception that this matters less. On the contrary, but if this is the conviction, then it brings the responsibility not to keep on saying this is more important than ever. We need to make it more important than ever. Make us relevant, quick, timely, effective, and doing things in a way that the positive impact that we create is there. So I would like to take this opportunity to remind the board about these conclusions that we made, and that words are important, but we need to be ahead of the words and saying that this is even more important, and see in what this translates and what it takes, and be very aware of the risks. It's no use trying to pretend that they do not exist. They exist, they are there, and we need to be prepared to face them and to do what we need to do in the public interest, whatever it is. So, any other comments about this exercise? Any other thoughts? Anything that it brings to your mind? I think that it also helps explaining, and Rui, I think at the start of the presentation, there were some examples, or at some point, of some projects that might be more exposed to some of these risks and opportunities. I think that one of them is clearly FCG, which I think is very much exposed both to the risks and the opportunities. It's like it absorbs many of these risks and many of these opportunities. It's probably why this project is not the easiest one that we have done, and we will still face some challenges as we move, but I think that we should focus on both risks and opportunities and try to address them properly to make this successful. Okay, Tom, anything on your side? No. Okay, thank you very much. So I don't know. I think that there is no one else wanting to say anything. Rui, Carla, Joanne, big responsibility for you as well.
Nope, just thanking the discussion.
So thank you very much. Important discussion. And if there is nothing else in this respect, we will move to the next topic on the agenda, which is the SMART update. So short context, you will remember that we approved the SMART. We had that workshop in Lisbon, very funny and very productive and fruitful. In December, we presented a plan that the board discussed and agreed about how this SMART, again, to put us beyond just words, how this SMART will materialize in the different things that we do, the projects, the processes, the methodologies, and etc., to bring it to life. And I think that what Rui is going to present now is what they concluded in terms of the actions that we need to take to make sure that the SMART is embedded in everything we do, and it's not just a sum of words and characters.
So thank you again for the opportunity. Well, before I pass it on to Joanne and Carla to briefly present let's say the updates on what we have been doing, and share with the board a bit. One of the worries of the board in December was really on how are you going to manage this. So essentially, what we are bringing to you is the tool, let's say the setting that we've put. That we've developed to try to manage the SMART framework. Can I move to the other slide?
Yeah, the SMART slide.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Give me just a second here because I need to get it here. It's easier. Okay, so as you remember, and Gabriela Chair mentioned just now, in 2025, we designed it, right? So we had the diagnosis, the conceptualization, we had the SMARTS workshop. We came to the board in December with a proposal. We are now moving to a next phase. That is how we implement it, right? And regarding the implementation, what we will present to you is this idea of having 2 work streams and then a bit of the governance behind that. And this approach that was basically the board's decision in December of, let's say, kind of a pilot year to refine continuously and try to improve the framework and its implication. While developing the framework, we tried to answer to, let's say, 3 asks that were came out of, I would say, from the board, from the board's decision in December, and were, I would say, very clearly formulated to us by Gabriela and Ken on how they thought this could work or be useful. And so we've tried to make it iterative and collaborative, as I mentioned in the previous slide. So looking this much more as an experience and an experience in the sense that completely open or very focused on reading exactly how does this impact the organization and taking the lessons from that to improve. And so that's one point that is very clear in our mind. The other was having a structural approach to this. So we've defined a type of a project management framework to manage the work going forward, and then really trying or had to have a full team ownership. So in one way or the other, I would say all staff members are involved in some of the initiatives that are being developed under SMART. As regards to the governance, so what we'll have is the SMART team, which is what you see here, me, Carla, and Joanne, as you know from last year. We would then have a SMART project management team. What is this SMART project management team? It's essentially, so the SMART team, of course, and the teams or the project leaders, either for projects or initiatives. So in each moment in time, this is a composition that varies depending on who is taking the lead in a specific project. If the project is, let's say, under development, not yet started, or already finished, it will have an impact on that. Then we'll have quarterly meetings with this executive team, which basically includes the board and the program and senior director. And we will be updating the board as requested in December in the board meetings. So tentatively, there might be, at least in the first phase, updates every quarter of some kind. As time goes by, probably with less frequency, we would probably leave this a bit to the usefulness to the board and to ask for time of the board, given all the tight agendas that we have. So this is basically what we've been working on. I would pass it on now to Joanne to kind of go back again to what the SMART really was designed for, and then Carla will guide you a bit into the way we will operationalize the work. Joanne.
Thanks, Rui. So like Rui said, just to provide a bit of context before we dive into the work streams and our next steps moving forward, here's a reminder of the vision and intended outcomes for SMART, which we discussed during the last board meeting in December. So just very briefly, through the SMART framework, we're aiming to position the IESBA to be more aware of risks and opportunities, proactive, agile, and visible. And just tying in some of the discussions that we've been having these past couple days to the objectives, especially with the awareness of risks and opportunities. Rui just spoke about the risks and opportunities survey. And yesterday during the EIOC session, we discussed that one of the SMART initiatives is the development of the staff insights group that will be supporting the EIOC work with respect to identifying trends and emerging risks. Thanks. And this slide, again, we discussed this at the December board meeting. It's a visual overview of the SMART framework. We went through in detail each of the 5 pillars, as well as the associated guidelines, checklists, and the fast-track SMART core actions. And the purpose of these, again, is to provide that additional guidance around what each of these pillars may look like in practice. And I'd just like to remind the board about the bottom row, the fast-track SMART core actions, as we'll be discussing these in the following slide when Carla walks through the 2 work streams. So there are 3 of these fast-track core actions per pillar, 15 in total, and they represent the key actions under each pillar to help project teams answer that how question. So how can they assess and check whether their project, their work, their initiatives are aligned with the SMART pillars and principles? So with that context, I'll hand it off to Carla to walk through the work streams.
Thank you, Joanne. So in terms of the work streams, we plan to approach it in 2 different streams. They will be in parallel. The first stream will be embedding and applying smart in projects, and the second one is to actually build tools around it. So what the smart team is proposing that we focus on stream 1 on 2 projects or initiatives, the PRR and the CFOs as pilots. So that would allow us to, sorry, David. Excuse me. That will allow us to make sure the framework is working in practice, identify what worked or did not work, and refine it through implementation. The second stream will sit alongside that, where we focus on building capability, tools, processes, targeted initiatives that would support a more consistent application throughout the organization. So these 2 streams are meant and intended to work together. One, to give us the implementation experience, and the other is to build the structure around these work streams that would help to support it. So if I could go on to remind the board the smart priorities initiatives, and they are broken up in different clusters. So if we start off with looking at internally about strengthening our internal organization. So if smart is going to improve and improve our impact externally, we do need to build stronger internal processes and supporting tools with that. And that's why the cluster you see in front of you as different, I would say, areas that we'll focus on, such as adoption plan, partnership plan that A&I group presented, the communication and stakeholder engagement plan. I'm not going to go into those in detail, but you get the meaning around why it's important for us to look at internal organization and the areas we need to look at to improve this cluster. The second one is going out. Once we've improved what works internally, the second cluster is about outward facing. The focus here is on how stakeholders engage with our work. We've just had a discussion about how stakeholders view our code, adopt our code, how accessible our code is, and whether they actually see their input being reflected in the consultation process. And that's why these initiatives include areas such as use of the code simplification, better outreach, clearer stakeholder definition, a website refresh, and etc. The objective is to make our work more usable and to strengthen the feedback loop with stakeholders. And the last cluster is basically about enhancing our voice. If we want to be more effective globally, we would need to be clearer and more concise, and the way we communicate, and more disciplined in how we use insights coming out from our outreach and engagements. So the 2 initiatives or areas that you see here are the key message repository and the insights working group that we spoke of yesterday. So this will help us capture and distill insights more effectively for external engagement. In terms of next step, the SMART team plan to pilot these phases and progress with these initiatives, and we'll provide the board with an update in June. And I'll pause here to see if Rui have anything else to add to that.
No, thank you. Pass it on to Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Rui, Joanna, and Carla. I'd like now to see if the board members have any comments or questions that this plan is bringing to your mind. So again, this is about how to put the smart into life, bring it to life and put it in practice and include it in everything that we do. David, please.
Maybe just a little bit of levity for the board, because some of the topics we talk about are quite involved. I'm very happy to be the guinea pig for putting the SMART framework into practice on a project. I just want to let the board know I'm taking one for the team.
Thank you very much, David. We really need these pilots, these experiences, and I hope it's going to be successful, because I really put a lot of expectations in how this SMART framework will help us work better and achieve more successful results. Any other comments? Tom, please.
Thank you very much. I'm just coming back to the IESBA board, and I'm really impressed to find that the engagement level is becoming higher and higher and getting very big progress for getting the feedback from the various stakeholders. At the same time, the next stage might be a little bit more the two-way communication, because some of the stakeholders may not be very happy if they submit their position to or thinking to the IESBA. But some of their stakeholders may not be very happy about they are not they are listening, but not they are communicating very well with the deliberation or the rationale of the IESBA board may not be come back to the stakeholders. So it's a sort of has to be a two-way communication. So to avoid that some of their stakeholders who is really involved in a certain project have to be a little bit more calibrated feedback or the engagement to go to the next stage. So that I hope that that this smart project or the smart communication will bring this sort of how can I say, level engagement a little bit higher. That's what I think it's the next stage. And I really think that this is a very important project. And I think that's the engagement itself is, but I'm really impressed that the engagement level is becoming higher and higher. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, for this encouraging message and for reminding us about what has been a recurrent topic being brought to us by stakeholders, which is this idea of a two-way dialogue or two-way feedback or whatever you want to call it. This is top of mind to us. Of course, there is only as much as we can do because it's impossible, literally impossible, to react and respond in a bilateral way or specific way to all the comments, all the everything that we receive. So as a global board, this is absolutely impossible, and no international organization does it. So if you look at other international organizations and standard setters, this is not the practice. Still, we recognize and not only recognize, but we are really willing to make sure that as much as possible, we embed every feedback that we have in our thought process and decision-making process, and that the result will, I'm not saying that we will say yes to everyone, but at least that every relevant comment or a suggestion or criticism or whatever is properly considered. How this will be embedded in the projects that we are advancing, this is exactly one of the things that the SMART probably is trying to do. Rui, please.
No, thank you very much for mentioning that. I would say that one of the fundamental, let's say, drivers of the SMART is actually the point that you've made. Of course, the way that translates into practice or the result we'll see in the end. But I would just highlight on slide 13. So this set of initiatives here are clustered under delivering tangible value for stakeholders and closing the feedback loop. They speak directly, I would say, to the points that you've made there. And our commitment at this point is that we'll have specific teams working on how can we think about this idea of what we've heard, what we've changed, for instance. That's a specific initiative focusing on that idea of what is the result of these interactions, or the better outreach initiative that we will think on how we are doing outreach, or even or the others, which is trying to make it clearer or easier to adopt, understand our messages, our code. And so just to tell you that we are, it is a significant driver in a specific cluster and completely, I would say, very, very central to the work that we're trying to do.
Thank you very much, Rui. Yes, so again, thank you for this very comprehensive and to-the-point plan to put the SMART in place. I think that if we are successful in putting in practice everything that is being planned here, we will be in a much better position in 1 year time or in 2 years time. These things don't materialize in success on the day after, and that needs to be very clear to everyone, not only internally but externally as well. We said before that the smart is not only for internal consumption, but also to make us accountable for what we are promising and willing to do. So we need to assess as we go what we do against this framework, but it will time to materialize into concrete progress. Still, I'm very confident that it will do. And one thing that I think you mentioned, but I'm not sure that all the the team is going to be involved in one way or another in putting this in practice. So we don't have someone working on an an ivory tower telling the staff what to do. It's going to be done by the staff as they work. So this is also a matter, an element of possible success, that it's going to be there's going to be ownership of this by the whole staff and not by Rui or Carla and Joanne, who will be mostly facilitators and mobilizators of this initiative. Any other comment? Tom, please.
Thank you very much for your. And the one point, the additional point is that the validness or robustness of the so-called the staff-driven model. Because you say that this is one of the ways to enhance the staff-driven model, but at the same time, we need some sort of the involvement of the board as well. Because for example, the board advisor is very, very good facilitator to make the liaison between the board and the stakeholders and the staff as well. So staff-driven model and board-driven model is not a dichotomy. We need to find some sort of good way forward for the better communication, not a two-way, but the better communication, especially with some very strongly involved stakeholders. So I think that this smart project will enhance that sort of the thinking or the mechanism to move the whole staff-driven model project forward. So I agree that this is very important project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Rui, I don't know if you have any comment. So thank you very much. Also, this is another conversation that we probably at some point will have again, because this board regularly goes back to also looking at ourselves, how we are working, how we are doing things, and maybe one of these days the staff-driven model will be again subject to some attention. Still, I think that it's working well, to be frank. I think it's working very well. I'm not saying that it's done, and that it takes time. It's also not anything that should be expected to be ready and delivering as we had dreamed that it would work from one year to the other. It's it's 25 years moving, and we need to reinforce and capacity and etc. and understand how we work together. There was some hesitation at the start, but I think that this model of having the board advisors advising the staff and etc. it goes very smoothly, I would say, and very well in most of the cases. So, but of course, I think we will need to be smart. That's how I would conclude and deal with these things in a smart way. So if there are no other comments, we will stop here, a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. I think as Ken said, we don't need to have a discussion about the EIOC terms of reference, which was the next topic on the agenda, because the board was in agreement and had raised no issues or no problems with the way the terms of reference of the IOC have been presented yesterday. So we take it as approved and move forward from there. And with that, I think that we don't have any other topic for today, unless Ken has something or asked you about the social activity or any information that you want to give to the board.
First of all, in terms of documents that are coming back to the board for tomorrow, the project team for the PIRs has circulated the turnaround drafts, the revised drafts of the PIR surveys. So you should all have received those revised surveys in your inboxes. If not, please let Cam or Shan know. Secondly, the draft minutes, we have received some comments on the December board minutes, so we will be circulating these very shortly to the board for approval tomorrow morning. So for your consideration, please. And finally, maybe I'll turn it over to ask you to remind us for the board social activity this afternoon. There is basically departure point downstairs at 5 o'clock, right? That's okay, 4:55, and we're leaving at 5 p.m. So for those who would like to travel together on the subway, if you could aim to be downstairs at 4:55 in the lobby of the building, and then we'll make the way our way guided by Astu and or Diana to the venue. But otherwise, that should be all for today.
Okay, thank you. That's just an information for those who will possibly not travel together. At what time are they supposed to be there?
Okay, so in case anyone, some of you did not hear what Astu said, if you're traveling directly to the, I think it's a museum, right? Please pick up your tickets from Astu and aim to be there by 5:30 because the entry, the timed entry, I think is 5:30.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's all for today. And it's a lot, by the way. Thank you very much for the great progress done. And thank you, Amajit and Sadia. Apologies for the late hours. I'm very grateful that you're and Abichuku as well. I'm not seeing you on the screen, but you're also I'm also very grateful to you for your patience and for joining us at such late hours. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow at 9. Oh, see you later. But well, for you, see you tomorrow at 9.